Hello! Happy Friday. Happy Pie Day, I should say. Hi, Starfighter. Good to see you. Sorry that was an extended intro. Sometimes Twitch just decides to not start the ad at the start of the screen for like an extra minute, and then it just throws my whole timing of everything into disarray. But we're here. We're in. Twitch figured itself out. Yesterday we did some stuff. We got these guys started sea sponges, and they are actually running, which is impressive. They're not running as fast as I would like them to be running, but like, okay, they're running. We do have some at the end here spoiling, so I think what I thought might happen is going to happen, and this is going to stall eventually with spoiled guys sitting down here. But, we should at least get to... We'll at least have a few modules by the time that happened, and I can clean out the belt, turn a few more of these on, etc., etc. So I think that's working fine. We turned on this build. I think I did most of this build on Tuesday, but we did turn it on at the end of last stream, and it seems like it's working fine. I don't see any biocrud generated so far, which is a great sign that, like, maybe my design works. I might need a better inserter here. Yeah, we might need a better inserter here. I'll have to double check the build and the ratios that I did for this, but I think we're supposed to be limited by Petri dishes, and I think right now we're inserter limited on cellulose, so I think I need better inserters here. Because we've got, what, 0.05 times 4, so 0.2 Petri dishes out of 0.58. Times the 0.85. All right. So we need like 0.3-ish cellulose a second, which is pretty much running this at full speed. Okay. So yes, this does need a better inserter because this pulls in 2.6 items a second and like, yeah, 1.9 items a second once you account for the slower speed that we need. So I guess I could put in just a single blue inserter here and hope for the best. So I should go fix that now while I'm thinking about it. And then we'll figure out what our next build is. We've been kind of pushing through the various components that feed right into science packs. So we've got plasmids, which should be turning on soon. What do we need for plasmids? Oh, we still need laboratory instruments to come through. The laboratory instrument build is over here and is probably waiting on circuits. Yeah, that's waiting on circuits. Circuits, I think, are still working. We just kind of need to wait for them to finish building back up in the base. Circuits were sad for a little while. They seem to be running now, though. So I think it's just going to be a little while before we get enough circuits through. They have to buffer all the way back up to the mall. They're getting there. And once that belt backs up, they'll start coming back out to the rail base. So while we're waiting for that to happen, I think we need to go... We've got some things to follow up in. Sponges, I'm going to have to check on again later. There was something that I was fixing. It wasn't this build, sorry. It was the basic substrate build, because I needed to swap inserters. We should check Corlex. Hopefully Corlex have finally had an opportunity to, like, get themselves started. That's the sponge. Substrate is below sponge. Substrate is below sponge. Okay. This should improve our basic substrate rates. I think this build is oversized anyway, but whatever. And then... Yeah, let's check Corlex breeding. Oh, look at that. It's running. We have Corlex! Finally. So we need to put some more modules in this so they go faster, and oh, we have so many Corlex. Okay. Let's get that taken care of while I'm thinking about it then. We'll just get the Corlex swapped over. All right. Corlex there. There's already 2 there. And then we've got the Corlex milk build over here, and this will let Corlex milk start buffering before we need it for science. All right, there we go. Corlex milk. I might even get a milestone for that. It's been a while since I've gotten a new milestone. Let's drop off these Corlex modules down here. Okay. What does the to-do list say our next thing is? Cottonguts on rails. Yeah, we can work on that. I've been putting that off for a couple sessions, but I think we have the Cottonguts we need now. Yes. We have like 250 Cottonguts, which is plenty. So let's hop into YAFC. Did I make a Cottongut build already? Maybe? No. Okay. So, unified science. Unless I called it something stupid like mice instead of Cottonguts. No. Okay. Cottonguts here. This says that we need 1.7 reproductive complexes and like 19 prandium labs. So let's see how this stuff ratios out and what this looks like as a standalone build. Whoops. Cottongut, not the studs, just regular old. Nope, those are pups. Regular old Cottonguts. There we go. So if we just do like 2 of these at full scale, 22. I mean, I think we're gonna have to run it pretty close to this scale anyway. Like we were at 19 already on the other page, so we may as well just do this build for. How much Religias are we gonna need though? Ouch. Okay. So yeah, if we do this at 30 Religia plantations, that's, yeah, basically 2. I could add a couple extra Religia plants if I wanted to, but... And then we got 3 nurseries doing Religia seeds. And then Moondrops are gonna... We might... Well, we have to have hydrogen anyway for the Religias, so we may as well use the fancy Moondrop recipe, right? Yes, because we need 18 Moondrops buildings. Ouch. I never did Bootstrap Moondrop Mark IIs, so I guess I could look into that. We could go on a side quest to do Moondrop Mark IIs, but I don't really want to. I could almost make these guys ZI if I wanted to, if I did the logs on site. What's the cheapest log recipe? Yeah, just water and CO2. Yep, down to 1 machine with water and CO2. We do CO2 from Moondrops. There we go. We still need to bring in hydrogen. But that is, that's funny that you can actually get it this self-contained. I don't want to. I don't want to go to all that effort of, like, doing this extra wood build here. It's silly. So we will just get wood delivered. But it's good to know we can. All right, so this is going to be what we need. It's really tempting to tear down the existing Cottonguts. Honestly. Because we'll have most of the Prandium labs, we'll have most of the Relesia plantations we need, right? And when science stops happening there, it's gonna brick everything that is sort of tied to those Cottonguts anyway, so may as well just take it apart. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shopping list, export to blueprint, requester chest. And I say this every time, but if someone knows a better way of doing how I do this, please let me know. Because what I do is I import this requester chest, I give it a name, then I can deconstruct the requester chest. Oh, I have the stuff here for primers. I requested it, and we never built it yesterday. And then we do Cottonguts. We should go build primers. While I have all this stuff for them in my inventory. Before we do Cottonguts. Let's do primers. I mean, I guess over here where we do... Why is a train stuck here? Oh, fun. Yep, that's broken. Missed a wire there. Okay. I'm gonna go up there. First things first, I want to get that unblocked. So let's do... Yeah, there's 70,000 in there. We take this... Wait, destination stop full. Oh my. That's funny. Alright, so I got to extend the depots, but I should be able to flip this now. Yes. Flip this one. Yeah, there's only a little tiny bit that's still buffered here. Let me do something silly. Put this here. There we go. That's my set it and forget it. Basically, this will drain, and then this will turn on as soon as Zogna reads 0, and it'll let this system run. That way I don't have to mess with, like... I mean, what I could do is move this pump over here so it pumps in on this side. But that's work. I think this is fine. Okay, we need to expand the depot. That's exciting. Is that this path? No, next one. We'll drop a couple more stations. Obviously, the depot needing to be extended is a temporary situation. We do have I mean, our trains have lots of use, but we have a lot of trains at this point, right? There's 50 of them, and I don't know how many stations we have here. 24. So, yeah, we could definitely stand to add some more. There we go. 4 more depots. That's, I mean, not a huge extension, but there we go. That might be enough to keep it running at least. Where is this train stuck? It's not. Okay. Next, primers. Right. We were partway through figuring out where I wanted to build those. Something else I need to do is I need to put a radar over here because this is outside of my view. And then we'll do primers over here somewhere as well, since we're already over here and we're already doing other science components around this area. It's not like there's a actual method to my madness around where I put things, but... Wait, am I out of radars? Oh, no, there they are. I think that is where it wants to go for the radar grid. There we go. Yeah, that looks lined up on this side. We have this off-grid radar here because there's a fuel delivery station, and I do my fuel management with radars. So the radar network has the fuels. Oh, that reminds me. There's something broken in this base. This is missing its circuit input. Oh, really? It should have been like that. Now I think this might... Nope, I didn't hook that one up either. There we go. So now this is on V. It wasn't on V before, which means that it wasn't getting sent to be turned into diesel, which is bad. I need to check the other place we make aromatics, which is at Tall Oil. And make sure I didn't make the same mistake. Look at that, it's not hooked up. There we go. So yeah, both of these will now actually convert aromatics into diesel, which should, if I find my diesel... it should be, yeah, train on the way. And it'll start dumping those aromatics back down below 200,000 is the threshold I set. Basically, so that aromatics are available for the things we want to use them for, but they still get converted to diesel eventually. I should probably be running this off of the diesel instead of off the aromatics, huh? Yeah, doesn't matter. Okay. So that bug is fixed. I don't remember if there were any other bugs that I noticed between yesterday's stream and today. I don't think so. So hopefully that'll fix some of our liquid fuel issues. I was also looking at these guys. God, they're so loud. And we've got... Here, I'm just going to actually mute the game while I talk about this. Okay. So we've got these 8 Digosaur things making Nexilate, and I think I figured out what's going on with YAFC. Is that the numbers in YAFC for Digosaurs, if I find my Nexilate page, if I take the modules out, It says that I need about 14 dig sites, and that seems about right for how much Nextlet we're making. So I think the numbers for dig sites, like, assume the modules are there, and then they get, like, doubled when you put the Digosaur modules in, so the building speed is all wrong. I think that's what happens. So if we get rid of the modules from here, then we can see that it actually wants 14 machines. I'll build 16, because that's a nice even number. But that's what we need to do, basically, is we need to double our Digosaurs again. Which means that I want to turn back on the machine that makes them. Yeah, there's 4 here. I need 32 Digosaurs to double our dig site size again. And that should hopefully make Nextlet less of a problem. The other thing that's a problem right now, and I don't know how to deal with it, well, I do kind of know how to deal with it, is aluminum isn't running because we don't have enough coal gas on rails. We're only doing a little bit of coke to coal gas on rails here, and it's really just a coke void. So it's not surprising that we're burning through all of this coal gas pretty quickly. So we might need to set up a coal to tar and coal gas build and run that as like a secondary source, or really this is a high priority source, so that would just be a normal source. That may be necessary, because this is considered a coke void, right? And we'd want to do, you know, some amount of coal into coal gas as like normal coal gas production. But that's a different problem for a different day. Oh, I already had this. I already talked about this yesterday. Sorry about that. All right. So, let's work on this Cottongut thing. I didn't realize I had gotten myself into the bot zone. Let's go down and let's just start disassembling old Cottonguts. This is gonna feel so good. Looking forward to it. This is algae. I don't need algae for the Cottonguts, do I? I do need all these release machines, though. Yoink those. And I'm gonna want these guys. Cannot insert inventory full. Sadness. Oh, I got distracted. I didn't do the primers build yet. That's gonna need to happen. How do I... Let's see. What can I get rid of? More soil. That doesn't need to be in my inventory. I mean, I guess I can dump a bunch of the Relesia seeds. That doesn't feel great to do, but... Yeah, we got like 330 of our 360 Relesias. We have some seeds. Yeah, if we're going to take apart the rest of this, we need more space. So we're not going to do it right now. Let's go back to where I said I was going to build primers and do primers. I got distracted. And then once some of those buildings are out of my inventory, we'll have a little bit more space to collect the Cottongut buildings that we need. I may have to clean some other stuff out of my inventory, though. All right, so if we flip back to YAFC for primers, we've got coming in water we make on site. Okay. So we just have a few small, low-volume things coming in as solids, and nothing else interesting. Cool. Yeah, this will be straightforward to do then. I think I decided the biofactory needs microorganism mines on either side of it, and then kind of everything else we can feed in. That might be similar to what I ended up doing here. I think it is exactly this build, just a little bit bigger. So let's kind of just pick up all of this. I'm going to want that. Yeah, we've got... Yeah, this one has the Zogna input, but the other side won't. So this is just going to be a solid drop-off station. And what are our requests here? Jerky, petri dishes, shells, and laboratory instruments. All right. We're going to set our request size down to just 10 stacks. We'll do half a train for these things. They're all fairly low quantity. Jerky, shells, laboratory instruments, which we know aren't being built yet, but that's okay, and dishes. All right. So let's go ahead and we're gonna paste this. We're gonna like flip it. We're gonna drop it like here. And I'll just grab a whole third segment because we do need a slightly longer build for this one, and we're not doing plasmids, we're doing primers. Okay, so this belt in the front needs to be shells and laboratory instruments. So that's like this part, except instead of glassware, it's shells. So that'll be the inputs there. On this side, I think it's going to be exactly the same thing that I did here, right? We're going to have this, like, in and out of... basically, any spoiled petri dishes can get sent back this way. Oh, these need to be not plasmids out, primers out. And then, yeah, return petri dishes and petri dishes out. And this just makes it easier to deal with any spoiled petri dishes by just sending them back to our requester station. That way they are out of the way and get just sent back through the loop cleanly. All right. These also need... Yeah. These are all going to need the phytoplankton and also sap and phalogy. I'm going to have to figure out how I want to do sap and phalogy in on these, because I'm obviously running out of belts. Those are both going to be made, I mean, on site from a few machines. Phytoplankton is easy-ish. What I might have to do, if I take this, we can kind of do this thing. And then we can take this output belt, make this a yellow inserter. And then if we have our sap and our phagogy coming in, they do that. Like that. And these are in such small quantities, right? Well, one of each, okay. So we'd want like 2 long-handed inserters in. Maybe do them like there and there. Actually, we do this one here. We can do these ones both here. There we go. I like that. And then this one at the end can just kind of end there. So if we take that as that module. Just some minor belt weaving. I've done much worse. I got this turned around. This needs to be, this is the output for spoiled petri dishes, so that needs to come back. And then this belt at the bottom here is our, this will be our input for sap and the phagogy. Cool. So, oh, we also have an output belt, which I kind of just lost track of here. But that would come down here. And we have a pickup station right across from this one. And we're out of rail stations. I need steel. Okay. I'll have to see if I can find steel somewhere nearby. I should have some somewhere. Where might I have steel? Wow. We're out of trains again. Look at that. So yeah, they definitely are bursty. When we need trains, we really need them. But okay, so we just need to do the Zogna now. We're gonna run that out here. Hey, it goes up and over. Excellent. Okay. Because these guys can go, like, right here. Making phytoplankton. I may have said Zogna, I meant phytoplankton. Water in. Oh, darn. That works. And then these just need their jerky, which is just one of these. All right. So I think everything else, we're just waiting on deliveries. We got the jerky. Everything else is work in progress right now. We had an issue that we fixed last time where my... where these guys were all broken. I did fix that. Fluid ingredient shortage. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got... This system is definitely not designed to handle... I mean, if I needed to, I could double my input of molten glass. I think I've got the space for it. The routing would be a little funky, but I could do it. But, you know, we're pulling in a belt of raw quartz and I think a belt of sand. Yeah. Yep, a belt of raw quartz and a belt of sand, of pure sand coming in right now for molten glass. So we could double our glass throughput to like 2 belts each, but I think that would require upgrading these stations all to orange inserters, which might be worth it, honestly. But yeah, I think it should stabilize. You know, a lot of things are requesting 10, 20, 30 stacks of whatever at a time, right? So, but yeah, like glassware will catch up here soon. And probably same with optical sets. Yeah. So the base is a little strained in some places. I haven't done the math on molten glass to know for sure if I made enough molten glass. So we might find out that I didn't, and that we do actually need to double that to like 2 belts of throughput. But Primer's build is theoretically done, I guess. Oh no, I didn't do the sap or the phagogy for it. Sorry, I got distracted again. I was checking on the status of the other inputs to it, but let's actually finish the build. What's the other input to this? These are working. These are waiting on circuits. Shells. I think shells just need to like accumulate enough that we have 10 stacks of them. Like, yeah, we're dangerously close. The next, we should end up shipping. I mean, that's enough. I see enough shells already that we will get a shipment soon. Okay. And I think this is the only use for shells in the tier of science that I'm at right now, so that should be sufficient. All right, so let's get for primers, we need 4 phagogies and 3 sap extractors. Okay. And all these need is the spores. I love an easy build. All right. And then phagogy out. And then we also need 3 sap extractors. 3 sap extractors. There we go. All right, that should get The rest of that going... Yep. It's just a matter of time until it all kind of accumulates. Yeah, and these are just looping Petri dishes right now because we're missing the laboratory instruments. Unfortunately. And this is going to start doing the same thing when it gets its first shipment of Petri dishes. But that is fine. The way this is designed, it shouldn't be able to back up on Petri dishes. Okay. That is primers done. I already checked the checkbox. How do I have 9 things? I thought I was already down to 9 things. Whatever. Apparently I can't count. All right, we're back to Cottonguts on Rails as our next task. Let's head over to where the old Cottongut build is and keep tearing that down. Hey, Nickman, it's been going well. We are, I was just saying, we're down to 9 items in the to-do list for Pi Science 2, and, like, most of these are small builds, so I don't know if I'm quite going to hit it today, but if not today, definitely next Tuesday. The base has been, I mean, growing. Obviously, it's not a very compact base design, so, you know, the total area is a little exaggerated with this, you know, the way I do my kind of neighborhoods, but it's a process for sure, but we're getting there. Yeah, I like it too. It makes it really easy to, like, if I need to make any adjustments to builds, I usually can. You know, I've got space to work. I appreciate the aesthetics of a really tight, compact build. I do not enjoy working with a really tight, compact build, if that makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna have to do something about my inventory. This has officially become untenable. Oh, we can clear some of these. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, with Pi, it is often feasible to just replace the build entirely and leave the old one just kind of sitting around doing nothing. But alright, that's it. That is old Logisci officially turned off. No longer functional. Disabled forever. Well, maybe not forever, but for quite a while. Probably forever, though. I don't know why I would ever turn it back on. I'm trying to look at what I might want to save from my inventory here as far as things that'll be useful in the next build. I'll probably try to grab the Relesia seeds. Grab all of these guys. We're going to need them. Oh, we have plenty of moondrops. All right. So I think I've saved pretty much everything. We need a wood processing unit. Do I have one of those sitting around here? Pulp mill. Couple of soil extractors. We do need those. I'm trying to see like what from this build I still can make use of when we go to actually do the Cottonguts. Because like we need a few more Prandium labs, we need a few more Relesia plantations. Obviously, we're going to need some more Relesias directly, which actually is kind of surprising, but... and then none of this, I think. This is all weird stuff that we don't need for the Rails base. I think that's about as much as I can salvage from this. This is also going to absolutely, totally break these guys. Because this build down here for worker food is 100% tied into pulling from the animal slaughter that was happening over here for Logi-Sai. So I'm going to have to make either separate worker food or figure something else out, and I think it'll be figure something else out. I have this low priority jerky sink, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give up and feed these guys jerky when we have spare jerky. Or maybe guts, I don't know. Guts turn into jerky, and they're both 1 mine per trip, so... Alright. Let's, hopefully when we get up into the Logi zone, the bots should be able to deliver most of what we need for the Cottonguts. Yes. And they'll clear some of this other stuff out of my inventory, too. So yeah, we've got the other Prandium labs on the way. We've got the other Relesia plantations on the way. Yeah, the only stuff that's not on the way is the modules, and I'll be able to pick those up. I'm not worried about those. There we go. 288 of those. I think everything else. It's gonna be tight getting some of these numbers of stacks of things that I normally have requested. I don't know if we're actually gonna be able to have it all show up right now. I think we're gonna have to oh, we don't need these pups in our inventory. They can go away. We don't need glassware, we don't need log, we don't need this copper cable. We can keep clearing stuff out. Because, yeah, we've got... I don't think we actually need to wait for any of the rest of this. Cool. Let's get going. Let's get this build started, and then we're going to have to grab the rest of the Relesias and the Cottonguts after the fact, of course. But we do have plenty of, at least Cottonguts going. I don't actually think I have a Relesia breeder, but that's okay. We'll find a place for it. This is awful. Where do I want to do the Cottonguts? Maybe we pull in a station right here and we can build them here, although we do have this bitumen seep that's going to be in the way. I could do the station one lower, which, yes, is over water, and then we have space for all the Cottonguts to go right here. Alternatively, I could do it closer to literally anything else, but, you know. Why do things the easy way? Let's let the bots get some of this train network built out, and we can, we'll set them up over here somewhere. And then I think... Oh, I might have to go get more landfill. That's going to be a problem. Fortunately, that is literally right here. All right, bots. I'm counting on you to figure this out. I mean, I could help, right? I can grab this landfill and just do this. And then this. What are we missing? Are we missing elevated rails? No. Oh, we're missing a little bit of landfill over here still. Yeah, I ran around too much. The bots are sad. They're trying to charge here. Come on. It seems like some of them got assigned to some weird things, and now they're kind of stuck. There they go. Sometimes they need to, like, come back, give up whatever item they thought they were going to place, and then charge, and then they can go build something. Alright, but this should all go pretty quickly now, because I manually placed all the landfill. So it should just be the bots that need to fill in the train tracks. Oops. Not sure what I did there, but I missed a shift click or something. Actually, let's do that with a this, so I get all of the signals. Alright. I'm out of signals. I'm out of signals. Cool. What did I must have missed a shift click when I placed down a bunch of this. Okay, here we go. This is a reasonable spot. Let's grab a tea. Oh, it's ad o'clock. I didn't even realize that. I will let Twitch run its ad, and I will get some of this rail stuff sorted. And when we come back, we'll build, Cottonguts. All right, I think I'm going to run back to base and pick up a few things. Mostly signals, but also we need train supports and ramps and things. And since the ad is running, or will be shortly, there it goes. Now's a good time. That should be everything we need. Just a bunch more signals. Oh, nope, I lied. We also need big electric poles. Also missing a bunch of my construction bots. We have 55 out of what is supposed to be like 100. Oh, here they are. They found something to go do. I'm not sure what. All right, there we go. That should be everything we need. You know what? No, let's get splitters. We're gonna need more splitters. 8 splitters is not enough splitters. All right, and this should be... Oh, I didn't get ramps. Shoot. All right, welcome back from the ad break, for those of you who see ads. I'm an idiot. I forgot to grab rail ramps when I went back to the mall, so we're gonna have to go back, even though I said I wanted to do it during the break. I will take the opportunity, though, to just finish this whole section of rail, because we are pretty close to done here. Oh, I'm out of landfill again. Never mind. Yeah, we're right on the edge of being connected here. Well, I say on the edge. Okay, yeah, I really did just, like, fail to shift-click in a bunch of places, apparently. Yeah, look at that. I'm just missing chunks of... Just forgot where my shift key is, apparently. I just put that in the wrong spot, too, so that was good. There. There. It's hard to line these up when I'm not actually sure where they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one? There we go. And then with this one. Yep, there we go. All right. But we don't have the landfill to actually finish filling this in right now. But it's otherwise, yeah, see, I missed some more spots. All right. Is this? No, see, apparently when I laid this out, I really did just forget where my shift key was, because this is silly. And, like, it's not the end of the world if there's a gap in the rails, because it is a big loop, so there are alternative ways for things to get where they need to go. But yeah, I need more signals again, and I need landfill. But more importantly, I need the rail ramps, because that's what I need to actually finish the branch for the Cottongut build. So let's get that. Ramps. And some of these. How did I end up with an odd number of supports? I should never have an odd number of supports. Signals. Beautiful. More rails. Let's go grab some landfill. Kind of. Now that I've got so much of this like part of this path connected, I want to just get it done. And I know it is a minor distraction from what I said I wanted to work on, but it's got to get done eventually anyway. So let's just get it done. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Now well, to say we need the bots to figure out where they are and what they're doing, because I'm making their life way more difficult by moving around way too quickly. All right, that looks fully connected now. Could not find a train. Are these all solids still? These are all solids. I made 4 more trains yesterday. But we still need more. gonna say, that didn't feel like it went all the way through, and it didn't. Alright, now we're fully connected on this side. Let me grab a radar or two and just get the radars placed as well. Since we're building over on this side, we want to be able to see what we're doing. There we go. Radar coverage. So, what was I doing over here? I already forgot. Cottonguts. Cottonguts need logs and hydrogen delivered to them. So that is a fluid drop-off. And this is just a single fluid, so we don't have to do anything special with it. I don't have stations still. Does that mean that I left a station unbuilt over on this side somewhere because I didn't have steel for it? Yes, I did. Why am I like this? Okay. Where is... Yeah. Let's go grab some iron and steel, and we will, we'll be able to make a few more stations. Sorry. I keep finding things that I'm missing. A couple stacks of iron. A couple stacks of steel. Okay. I'm gonna have to go fix that missing station over at Primers, but that's just the output station, so, like, it doesn't matter until we actually need to ship primers somewhere else. Oh, I didn't hook it up at all. I just left it half done. At any rate, these aren't gonna turn on yet. We're still missing laboratory instruments and petri dishes for them, so... We're gonna need a couple of shipments of laboratory instruments before anything is ready to use them, and, like, those are still waiting on circuits, unfortunately. So. And circuits are... Let me make sure they haven't broken again. Oh, look, they're stopped again. Why? Fuel. It's fuel again. I don't understand. I might... Okay, well, I know one thing I can and should do. It might not actually matter anymore at this point, but let's just... I just do that? No. We're gonna put you on network B. That way nothing will request gasoline from this anymore. That's a start. It is set to a low priority, but I'm worried that something that hard codes gasoline might still pull from this, and obviously the belt base can't afford that right now. So we're just not going to allow that station at all. And if we end up missing gasoline for things, then we'll figure out why, like, our tar processing is broken, right? That's the right thing to do. Speaking of which, this looks like it just came out of a stall situation, doesn't it? Oh, maybe it was stalled on not enough tar. That's a possibility. Oop, there we go. Train coming in to pick up the coke. And I'm pretty sure coke is just being looped, right? To, this one should have a pickup to go void it, because it's on the void network right now. And if I find my diesel station... Oh, we just are waiting for it to be... We're waiting for this to be a small enough amount of aromatics for it to be able to dispatch another... You know, this only uses 125 per second, so it takes 8 seconds to burn 1,000, 40 seconds to burn 5,000. Okay. This might need to be a bigger build. I might have to increase the size of diesel production. That's funny. But, okay. Let's go back to what I was trying to do. The further into a game of Factorio, the more it becomes a series of minor distractions. Yes, speaking of being distracted, I just saw that message. Did I not open my... I didn't open my app. There we go. I'm great at this streaming thing, is the answer. No, I have an app that's supposed to make a little ding sound for me when someone messages, but I forgot to open it before today's stream. Alright. Solid drop-off as well here. That's... So this needs to be hydrogen. And this needs to be log. Some amount of log. There we go. Both of these should get dispatches now. I don't think there's anything weird with hydrogen or log as far as that goes. Well, maybe. Do I have enough logs? Ooh. Interesting. I might have to increase my log production somewhere. But that's all right. This will get itself up to 20 stacks pretty quickly. So I'm not overly worried about it. It'll figure itself out. Okay. Let's get these Cottonguts going. Do I remember how Cottonguts work? Maybe. So we have 22, Prandium labs. They need to pull in 5 items, which is just awful. Thanks, I hate it. So... let's get our 2... I did this over here so I would have lots of space, because I knew this was going to be a big, annoying alien life build. So we make Cottongut pups here. These need Cottonguts, along with water barrels, Relesia seeds, and moondrops. Okay. And they spit out empty barrels and Cottongut pups. These are running at, like, full speed. So they're going to put pups out one side. All right. And then their inputs are the Cottonguts, along with Relesia seeds and Moondrops. Let's see. The labs, I think, also bring in Relesia seeds and Moondrops. Yes, and water barrels. Yes, and water barrels. Okay. I'm trying to think about how our various belts get routed around these things. And how I want to deal with, like, different outputs of things. So we're going to have coming in here 2 belts. One of these is going to be water barrels and seeds. I think it's tree seeds. I unbuilt that lab. Why did I do that? Yeah, one of these is going to be water barrels and tree seeds. And the other one's going to be the Relesia seeds and the Moondrops. And those go past all of these types of machines. None of those things expire, so we can just saturate all of our belts. I think for these guys, it's basically just like a red and a yellow inserter and nothing weird. And then for these, it's all also small amounts of things. Cool. So that's that. And we'll have here, we have the actual... These are the pups coming in. So we'll have pups. Maybe this can also be barrels. Maybe we don't filter here. No, let's filter here. And then, you know what? No, let's not filter here. Sorry, I'm going back and forth. We'll filter with a splitter. We'll put a splitter right here. Empty barrels on the left. Okay. And then the output of these guys is going to be empty barrels and the Cottonguts. So that needs to come down here. We have Cottonguts in here and here. We have, again, kind of 2... splitters, right? We have this one, which puts empty barrels, output left. Kind of hate that. I might think about doing this a slightly different way. I just don't like where that empty barrel thing is going, relative to everything else. But, and then here we prioritize looping the Cottonguts through. And that will, yeah, they'll feed, making more of themselves before they go to their final output. Okay, that's reasonable. Ish. Yeah, I don't like how this is done here. We'll mess with this a little more. So yeah, output needs to split. Empty barrels left. Cottonguts come in. And then these guys will just be a little further over here somewhere. And then output-wise, these will come up. Maybe I want to do empty barrels on the right, because then I can send them out. And this is that. And then I just need to figure out how to route the empty barrels from here out. Because we've got this path coming forward, which I could do like that, which means that all of this needs to go over one more. Empty barrels. That works. It's not the cleanest in the world, but I think the only way to avoid crisscrossing belts is to send them on, like, a wild adventure. So we're not going to do that. And then this comes out here and is an output belt, right? These are our inputs. We'll figure them out in a minute. But this is our output. And then if we have a solid pickup station right here, we would just pull this right down. We're going to put this closer, though. No, maybe not, actually. Maybe I do want to leave all this up here. A little more out of the way. Because, like, we do still need to do moondrops. We still need to do releases. Maybe those feed in... How do I want to do this? I think we do this, like, here. And that way I have space to bring in these two belts from, like, up and over wherever I need to bring them. Let's see. What does Yafsi say? We have one wood processing unit, and we have one factory making seeds. So doing the seeds, at least, is easy. There we go. Let's get power for these. And basically, this is just... That was supposed to be a copy, not a cut. Still supposed to be a copy, not a cut. Okay. Nope. Once again, copy, not cut. How many of these do we need in total? 22. All right. Well, that's 4, 7, 10, 13, 17, 22. 21. 21. All right. 22. Not sure how I managed to miscount, counting by threes, but... And then I'm going to need to grab a few more Cottongut studs to be modules for everything. I know I don't have enough. Yeah. Okay. And then here, where we have logs coming in, eventually, this can just feed directly into 1 wood processing unit. Making wood. And then that has a poop chute right into assembler, making tree seeds. And then how many tree seeds per second are we using in total? 0.57. All right, I'll make it a yellow inserter. I don't think it needs to be a yellow inserter, but I'll do it. And then tree seeds will come in over here as one of our inputs. Our other inputs are our two our other inputs are barrels. Okay, and I can actually do this right here. If I grab the barreling machine, we put it like here. Throw some empty barrels in it. Oh, can't do that yet. Right, I gotta get the water hooked up first. How many of these are we outputting in total? 0.5 a second. All of this for half of a cotton gut per second. Okay. Now I should be able to throw barrels in here. And we're consuming water barrels at 0.6 a second. So again, we'll use a yellow inserter. That's fine. And then we're going to have this belt, which will come in from back here, from up above. And this is going to have our Relesia seeds and our moondrops on it. So let's, we may as well just get those two builds done. I don't think that's going to take too long. Yeah, so let's do moondrops and Relesia seeds. So moondrops are, we have 18 moondrop greenhouses. All right. That's not what I meant to do. Making moondrops. These just need moondrop seeds and water. So this will be moondrop seeds in water. Oh, well, that was unfortunate. That's the kind of copy and paste error that ruins my day later on. I'm glad I caught it. Okay, water hooked up, and then these are all going to have outputs. Yeah, they output very small amounts. All right. So that is the moondrops coming out. Well, nearly. Moondrops come out, and then they need to be... We need some priority splitter shenanigans. It says input priority and output priority left. And then we take a nursery. Just one for moondrops? Yeah, just one for moondrops. We need 3 for releases. Okay. So this makes moondrop seeds. 1 moondrop in. All right. And then output needs to be... Our output is 1 point something items in total per second. Yeah, like 1.3 items according to YAFC with how much this is used, but that's like 2/3. So it's closer to 2 items total. And yeah, 1.8. Yeah, 1.94 or something like that. Okay. Anyway, I think most of that though is seeds. So this will just be seeds. And they will come out this end. And then... They all have 6 seeds, and they all need 4 to start. Okay, this should actually work when they turn on. And then this also has moondrops out. And I'm trying to think about how I want to do this such that... I'm side-loading all of these so they're always on the same side. And that way, when I output the moondrops here... They're also always on the same side. And then that way, when we priority input these moondrops, we know that we're always going to use these ones before these ones. And I don't have to worry about, like, belt lane balancing or whatever, where the game might pick the wrong... where the inserters prefer to pick a certain lane, and I never remember all those rules, and I don't want to think about them, so it's easier for me to just say the moondrops are only ever on one lane during this whole build. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so this should be the moondrop build. It just needs, like, power and stuff to turn on, and obviously belts. And then what's left is releases. Releases are 30... Ouch. 30 Relesia plantations fed by 3 botanical nurseries. This is a big build. Fortunately, these are a slightly smaller building than the... Oop, nope, let's copy and paste these correctly. And then their only input... Okay, so they bring in seeds and soil, and they spit out the releases. All right. There's not really a convenient way to do this, is there? Well, there sort of is, actually. Yeah. if we take our output from here, and these guys output, yeah, very small quantities again. We can... We'll split this. Priority right. This goes to our 3. Yes, 3. Of those guys to make seed. Oh, wait, no. We always make seeds. The releases themselves aren't used in science. Yeah. So we don't need a splitter here. We need the splitter on these guys. That's fine. All right. And these put out 1.4 a second. That's just 1 blue outserter each. That's fine. And their input is 1 yellow inserter each. Okay. So those will run. We'll split this here. Output priority is right, because that's our loopback, effectively. This needs to come all the way down here. So that'll be Releases on one side, Moondrops on the other, and out. And then this belt on the right merges, goes this way. Little zigzag for alignment. And each of these things as input takes 0.18 items. All right. Bop, bop, bop. And then at the top here, we need to bring in soil, which is 4 soil extractors. Which 4 soil extractors is still just under half a belt, so we're okay there. Perfect. Oh, shoot. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. Well, I'm not totally an absolute idiot, but I'm most of an absolute idiot. I designed this system with Moondrop Recipe 2 in mind. That takes hydrogen. Oh, I hate you so much, Pyanodons. Why would you use the right angle ones and not the opposite ones? Ugh. All right, I have to rebuild this whole thing. Well, I mean, not the whole thing, but a lot of it. Will this reach here? It does reach here. Okay. So we can do these guys kind of like this. There we go. And we needed a grand total of 18 of these. And this is 8, 12, 16, 18. We don't need this through here. Just there. Okay, that's not so bad. There's... I made it work. I forgot that I decided to use the hydrogen recipe since we had a little more. Since we can, basically. All right, and then this needs to split dirt between Relisias and these guys. Relisias use 3.6 a second, Moondrops use 2.85. I could try to ratio them. I'm not going to. I think it'll just work itself out automatically. 4 of these is more than enough dirt production anyway. All right. And then need to fix all of my outserters and inserters on these because I wasn't thinking when I copied and pasted the new design, and I didn't put them in place first. All right. Better. Now I should be able to grab that. And then if I grab this whole half, rotate twice. Actually, we'll do it like this, and then I'll invert the direction of this belt. This is still our output belt, so it comes all the way down around and around. All right, I'm a few releases short, which I knew I would be. But I think this is more or less correct. I just got to get all of the... I got to get the two different hydrogens hooked up. I got to get water hooked up for everything, and then we're good to go. That doesn't quite reach. Okay. Let's just do, honestly, like this, and this is me just not caring about some slightly wonky pipe positioning. It's just not worth messing with. Okay, so that's water for these guys, and I just gotta feed the hydrogen, which is down here, up to both builds. And I didn't really think about how I was gonna do that, so that'll be interesting. And then we need to grab, you know, a few hundred belts. And then we'll see if all of this, like, actually turns on. It might not. So, oh yeah, power. I didn't even bring power through. Oh, of course. Didn't account for... There we go. All right, so this is water on one half. I didn't connect the waters at this end. And what else do I need to do here? I need to hook up hydrogen still. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. That's hydrogen-ish, and then we just kind of need to bring it out here. Oof, I'm out of everything. This has been an expensive build. Which, like, I knew it would be, but dang. This is why I didn't want to do it yesterday. I knew it was going to be a major effort, and I just wasn't feeling up to it. Okay, that should be... I mean, obviously, we have a bunch of undergrounds missing, power poles missing, belts missing. A lot to do to actually turn this on. But in theory, it's, you know, all the main pieces. So let's head back to base. We need more Cottongut modules. How many... 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 140, close to 160? All right. And we also need some Relisias. I'm not sure if I will have Relisias around. If not, it's not a big deal, but it would be nice. Cottonguts I definitely have. I made a lot of Cottonguts. Where's the Cottongut studs? Here we go. Yeah. And then some of these should be non-studs. Yeah, 44 Cottongut pups. We can start the system up with some of those. And I think over here as well, where I was disassembling things, I had left a box. Yeah, some moondrops, because we'll need moondrops for moondrop seeds at the start, as well as some Relesia seeds. Excellent. Yeah, so that was moondrops there. This is where the Cottonguts were, I think, right? I'm curious if I left any Cottongut children around. I don't think so. What I do want to do, though... is retrieve my barrels. Oh, oops. Let's fix this power thing that I just did without thinking about it. Because I still want to retrieve barrels. All this other stuff is... I mean, I don't know if I care about it. Yeah, so this no longer is getting lard, which is kind of what I expected. This is all moondrop seeds here, because this was the moondrop build. I mean, I could, I guess, grab all the seeds. And getting this area cleaned out is going to mean that I can potentially also get more stations when I need them to interface the rail base with the belt base, right? Because this is a good area to be doing that. If only because it's near all the other stations for that purpose. All right. And then, yeah, this is going to keep draining water barrels, which I'll grab. Let's head up to the mall and let's grab the things that we need for finishing this Cottongut build. Which, I mean, we got some belts and stuff back from just taking apart more of the old build, but we're going to want a bunch more. I can do this more quickly than the bots can, usually. So I will. And undergrounds. Okay. That should be, I think, everything we need except for more Relisias to use as modules. It's not a big deal if we have to, like, manually bootstrap that a little bit, but let me see if I have... I should have some Relisias near this, right? Like, surely... Yeah. I was going to say, surely we use Relisias in bootstrapping Cottonguts, and we do. All right, modules done. All done? Not quite all done. Now modules all done. This build, did I get enough Relisias for the last modules? I think I did. It's just going to take a moment for the bots to deliver them all. All right, and then I think it's pretty much just a matter of getting power routed, and this should turn on, which scares me, but let's see. So that's all connected there. This needs to just then come down this way, maybe? Oop, and Twitch is telling me that it's gonna run an ad break shortly. So we will let that break run. I still have power to hook up for a lot of this build. So it's going to be a little while before it turns on, but when we come back from the break, we should be able to see it all running. And... oh, of course, this doesn't quite work. There we go. We'll put the power poles in the same place as top and bottom. Anyway, I'll keep working on power. And when we come back, we'll be able to actually turn this whole thing on. Okay, there we go. There. And then one there to kind of loop the power around. These need soil still. Oh, yep. And hydrogen. Did I not hook up hydrogen right? Oh, no, I didn't hook up hydrogen right. I'm an idiot. All right, that's hydrogen there. Hydrogen for all those. Down here we have tree seeds, but not water barrels, and I think that's just because we ran out of barrels. Which means that a bunch of these guys should have barrels in them. Yeah, it's just not saturated all the way down. And since this is still ad break time, I'm going to run over... because I was saving the barrels from the old build, right? So I'm going to go to where those barrels were being saved and pick them back up. Which is like right down here somewhere-ish. Yeah, there's a few hundred barrels. Oh, and I didn't get these. There we go. Powered. All right, welcome back from the ad break, for those of you who see ads anyway. I'm just finishing up the last kind of hooking everything together here. Oop, I missed some power poles there. These need their recipe set for dirt. And that might be the last thing. We've got all these water barrels that can go in here. Yeah, so these all have a bunch of water barrels in them now, so we'll see how the barrels look. If it reaches steady state, I might have to go grab a few hundred more barrels. Cottongut pups also go into all of these. They need a few more before they'll actually run, but they also need Relesia seeds and other things to come through. And then these guys, I've got Cottonguts. Done. And then these are extra studs. Yeah, I'll put the studs back in their box when I go back past there. So in theory, these things should be starting to turn on. All right. Yep, that's a lot of moondrop seeds, which is good because this should saturate pretty quickly. Soil is going to be the one to see how long it takes for that to saturate everywhere. Yeah, these guys are going to turn on. They all have a bunch of seeds in them, so they'll turn on as they get enough soil. You know, because this is such a long crafting time, yeah. What we're gonna see is that they They will slowly be able to, yeah, they'll start letting the soil bypass them, and then the next ones will turn on, and the next ones will turn on. And that should also happen here, as we should see these slowly turning on as they go down. And then, yeah, we have our first... All right, that is good. We see the first moondrops coming out. Do we have... We won't have Relegias coming out for another second here. I think this build is probably good. I mean, it's hard to judge, of course, until it fully turns on. But I think we... It might need some more water barrels. That's the thing that could be a weird thing. But other than that, I think this is ready to go. It's going to take a second for moondrops to, like, saturate with seeds before they can bypass through. Same with Relegias. The way these builds are set up, they have to saturate their own loop before they'll progress out. So we're not going to see this run right away. But I am going to check it off. That was a big build, and it is done. That was, I think, the biggest build that was left for PyScience 2, was getting Cottonguts done. So let's throw these studs back in here. Can I... We have a lot of Cottongut stud pups. Let's just all right. Yeah, disabled by control behavior. Good. We have hundreds of stud pups here, which are going to get turned into studs. We're going to have like a full chest of studs by the time this is done. So we'll leave that in a state where it doesn't try to run itself, you know, forever. I have Arcod honey barrels. Where's my bees? Let's just go down to bees and drop this honey off, because that's a silly thing to have around in my inventory. This looks like bees. Yeah. Who needs honey barrels? Do you use honey barrels? You use honey barrels. I lost the barrel. It's gone. I was just looking at it. There it is. Okay. Interesting that this is not getting any... Well, the system is not back at steady state yet. Yeah. They're backed up to, like, here. Something to keep in mind and keep an eye out for. But I think we'll be okay. We have plenty of queens. 8, 12, 13... 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 queens right now. So I think we'll be okay. Basically, we're waiting for the nests to finish backing up along this belt, because we prioritize them to making the bees themselves rather than the queens. It'll take a minute before this belt fills up all the way, and then we'll get nests for queens again. But realistically, we have plenty of queens, so that is fine. This is interesting going on here. And then we should have basically plenty of bees. Yes, we have plenty of bees. We have a whole full thing of bitumen, which is less than ideal because I think this system is wax negative. So That's... yeah, why is bitumen processing stopped? It is full of naphtha. Alright, that's a bad thing. Oh wow, yeah, we're stopped on naphtha. I didn't even think that was possible. And we're stopped on naphtha because we're not doing anything with rare earths right now? I guess. Rare earths are my big user of naphtha. The other use is... diesel uses some naphtha. And, like, diesel is running slowly. Alright, I might need to figure out more naphtha use. That might be more of a bottleneck than I was expecting. I wasn't really expecting to have too much naphtha, honestly. When I first got it set up, I was always running out of it. I don't know what I'm over here for. Right, I had a train station to fix. I was on autopilot a little bit, but it was the right autopilot. So we'll get this train station fixed, and then I will check my to-do list again. Alright, and how much are we actually making of primers? 0.02 per second. Alright, that's that. So these guys are also waiting for... yeah, we're waiting for laboratory instruments on both sides of this. And laboratory instruments are probably still waiting on circuits. Yeah, circuits are still an issue. Looks like we're getting some fuel again. Yeah, this is still slow on liquid fuels, which makes me nervous. But... oh, circuits are, like, backed up. Excellent. Circuits are going to rails again. Okay. That is huge. Oh, it looks like we even may have gotten a circuit delivery on rails, which is doubly huge. It obviously wasn't to... oh, it was to this. Alright, so this is our first mechanical parts build. Or our first laboratory instruments, rather. What's the ratio, by the way? 1 simple circuit board to 2 equipment chassis... and then 1 to 1. Okay, so 1 circuit board makes 2 lab instruments. So, and circuit boards stack to 200, and I think lab instruments only stack to 100. Yes. So 1 train of circuits is 4 trainfuls of laboratory instruments that just got delivered. So that is a huge unblocker. That's probably enough to get us starting all of our sciences. I'm really happy to see this. I'm really, really happy to see this. I think the next thing... I don't know what the next thing is. We've got formamide, retrovirus, polymerase, good alien samples, casein. This means that we have everything for PyScience 1 and LogiSci built. So we could also do our PySci 1 and our LogiSci builds. Why don't we do those? Those will be easy. PyScience 1 is just basic substrate and glassware. LogiSci needs a little bit more than that, but... yeah, let's set up our PyScience 1 and LogiSci at the ratios we want. It looks like 3 research centers for each of them. So let's do this logistics science pack at 3. And we're going to make the solidified sarcoris on site, and we're going to make the animal samples on site. We'll dig for native flora on site. We bring in all of these things. We bring in cottonguts. We bring in plasmids. We generate heat. on site. We do the depolymerized organics. Do I have liquid manure on rails, or do I need to bring it in as regular manure? I don't know. We could actually run this off of biomass, couldn't we? Yeah, that's fine. 0.4 a second. Do I have another subcritical water recipe? Yes, there's a version that takes hot air instead of... Yeah. And then we can just run this off of fiber. All right. So our inputs are... We're going to have a fluid station bringing in blood and hot air. We're going to have a solid... Well, we're going to have a bunch of solid stuff. I think we're going to kind of do two separate... solid stations. I think I'm going to have one that brings in all of the stuff, basically, for the basic animal samples. These guys. Right, and that would be... Okay, we need plasmids for both. But, like, 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, right? These animal items, these will all be one station. And then we'll have, like, other stuff coming into... We'll have batteries, plasmids, substrate, alien samples, Cottonguts, manure. That's 6. So that would be another input station. And then... our third input station would be a fluid input station, and that would be for blood and hot air. Okay. Output, we obviously have the Logisci. And then we would also have a station for jerky. We'll also have a station for bio crud. What does an animal sample decay into? I forget. Plasmids, okay. And this decays into chitin, yeah. So yeah, we decay into... We have biocrud from lard, we have jerky from a bunch of things, we have chitin, and we have biomass. So we have 4 outputs... No, 5 outputs and 3 inputs? Ouch. Okay, yeah, this is going to be one of those builds that's not big in terms of number of buildings, but it is going to be big in terms of just what it takes to build it. Alright, let's get it figured out then. And then we're also going to need a few more research centers for the other science pack. And this one is significantly easier, but I'm just adding these in here just so that we request them from the bots. And this will just be 2... This is just 2 stations. PyScience 1 is easy. Logisci is gonna be harder. Just because Logisci has a bunch of stuff that spoils that we're gonna have to be thinking about. Okay. And yeah, this is a huge amount of our basic substrate build is going directly into PyScience 1. That's funny. All right, let's export this to our shopping list. Science. All right, we don't need to request a separate pump because I always have pumps. Everything else, I think, is correct. And then this will check off basically 2 more things. And then we've got 5 things left for Pi Science 2, in theory. And then Pi Science 2 itself. We are going to have to wander around and see what may or may not, like, actually be built yet. You know. Apparently we have made milk. There's no pop-up for my first Corlex milk? Well, that's disappointing. I feel like I must have missed something, because there's things here that didn't end up in my to-do list at all. And maybe that's just because hard mode changes the inputs to some of the science recipes. Because, like, I didn't end up needing to make vanadium. I didn't end up needing to make sugar. I'm worried I'm going to discover that I've, like, missed something huge. But we'll find that out when we find that out. How's my tea? My tea is nearly empty. Okay, we have everything except this gene lab that apparently we don't make. What do I need for gene lab? Just a little bit of lead, actually. Okay, that's totally manageable. Oh, and duralumin. Gene lab. And I'll put that on the list up here, just so we will eventually have more of those available. The rest of these buildings look like they are properly en route. So yeah, we'll get Pi Science 1 built, we'll get Logi Science built. At that point, I guess I could migrate to... I could set up the station that requests sciences and grab my labs and move them onto rails as well. We've got a stack of labs right here. Not many of them. But that might be worth doing as well. Looks like we are out of green science, so we'll have to think about that eventually as well. This Xiapho upgrade is paused. This is why I was like, oh, once I get these science on, I can start these things. Because I do technically have... I don't think these weapon techs matter at all for me with fighters disabled. And technically, cliff explosives don't matter either, because... I don't know if I intentionally disabled cliffs, or if they were disabled due to a bug with, something. But they're off. So... Instead, I have too much water. having rivers on in alien biomes, not good. Does not work well. All right, we've got all of our buildings. Let's go do... I think I could do Pi Science 1, like, right here. There's no reason we can't just drop... going on there? Another little station like this one right next to it, and we can do Pi Science 1 right there. And then we'll get Logisci built up, and then we'll figure out the next things for Pi Science 2. So formamide, I need... I need a little bit of methanol for, but it's otherwise methanol neutral. So I just need to decide what I want my, like, cheesy little methanol bootstrap build to look like. That's kind of what I've been stalling on with formamide. I'm fixing some of this path. I go up this path a lot, so it's worth investing a few moments in marking it to be cleaned up by the bots. They'll clear out the trees so that I can stay on the ground and stay moving quickly. And they'll fill in the, they will fill in the landfill and the asphalt for me. Maybe. There they go. Okay. So this can just be this one... short station for PyScience 1. Because all we're doing is bringing in basic substrate and glassware and spitting it out onto a belt. It is a stupendously easy build. Solid drop-off. Let's still do it right. We'll do it at the end. That way, if I do decide... well, there's not really space, actually, to extend this, this one. But if I do decide to put anything else here, I'll have the space at the end if I need it. And then we're going to have these two guys for basic substrate. And one more for glassware. And we need... All right. Our requests are basic substrate and glassware. We're going to go through a lot of, well, a lot more of the basic substrate than the glassware, but we will do this as a standard full train requester for these, because those are fairly common high-volume things. No sense being precious with it. All right, and then each of these makes PyScience 1. Yeah, 1.4 items in, so I'll just call that 2 yellow inserters of input. Bop, bop, bop. Output is 0.2 items a second. All right, that is 0.6 PySci 1 a second. We've got 2 trains dispatched, already filling up. Excellent. Oh, they're so slow. I can't wait till I have better trains with improved acceleration and speed. Yeah, and that's a short train trip too, which is good. All right, that's basic substrate in. This'll take care of itself in a second. I'm not too worried about it. And then the hard one is Logisci, because this has like 8 train stations that it needs. Ooh, and we got glassware too. I will set this down to 1 train limit now. Now that it's kind of bootstrapped itself, it doesn't really need to be sitting on... 2 trains, have a train waiting. It is unnecessary. One of these over here somewhere is science too, isn't it? Yeah, what is science waiting on here? More planter boxes, and planter boxes are probably waiting on more ash. I feel like that's been an issue. No, it's not ash. Is it brick? It's brick. We're waiting on bricks. Okay. So yeah, I might have to set up a brick thing that does bricks the old-fashioned way. Because right now I'm just doing bricks from spoiled manure-rich clay. And I don't know if that's going to be enough to keep up with science. Okay, so we're going to need 3 segments for this. This is a huge... Oh, no! That is distressing. All right. Well... let the bots take all this apart, and then we'll try again in another place. Actually, where we're going to try again is right here. One. All right. Here I should have the space. 2. 3. We're getting dangerously close to our nickel processing down here, but I think this is everything. How am I doing on... I do still have plenty of landfill. I do still have a bunch of rails. Maybe not a lot of rails, but some rails. I think we're going to be okay. Well, I mean, we're going to have to go back to base a couple of times during this build, I'm sure. But Pi Science 1 is done. Why are we not building these things? What are the bots doing? There they go. I have a bunch of bots in my inventory that are not being dispatched, and yet these guys keep going back and forth. I don't get it. I imagine that bot assignment process makes more sense when they're like already dispatched from regular roboports compared to how they work with personal roboports. Maybe. I'm not worried about the missing signals because we're going to tear up some signals as we do our build, so... All right, so we're going to start with a solid drop-off here. This is going to make animal samples. So, animal samples happen in the gene lab right here. Animal sample. All right. And this is bringing in a grand total of like 0.8, 1.8, 1.9, 2.2 items. All right. We'll just do a bunch of gray inserters. That should be good enough. It also needs blood. And we'll bring in blood. We will have a fluid drop-off. We'll do it on this side. We're going to need blood, and we're also going to need hot air for subcritical water. So we'll switch this over to a multi-fluid configuration. One of them being blood, one of them being hot air, and also in the requests, blood, and hot air. All right. And then the blood will come out here. All right, so that'll be blood into here. This needs to request all of the animal parts. So we're going to set this to a lower stack threshold. And this needs bone. This needs meat. This needs lard. This needs guts. This needs skin. And this needs brains. And that's 6 things, each at 20 stacks. That'll fully fill this warehouse of 120 stacks. We're going to have 2 outputs. Let's get solid pickup. We're going to have an output here, another output here. And these are going to be for jerky and biocrud. So we're going to have 2 potential spoilage outputs out of this, which are jerky and biocrud. Both of those, guess I'll give like half a belt of potential removal to. Doesn't really matter how much. Whoops, that did not do what I wanted. There we go. All right. So that's those 2 things. They're going to come right through here. Oh, look at that. Perfectly aligned pipe. I couldn't have done it if I tried. This is my Factorio superpower. Okay. So one of these will be one of those things. And one of these will be the other one. Both of these got half a belt of capacity. Cool. So that should be jerky and biocrud, and then both of these need to be flagged as high priority pickups. Because these are byproducts, and we want to void them if necessary. That's fine. Now, here, let's turn this one on, because this one at least can't request anything that spoils, so I'm not too worried about it. This one I don't want to turn on yet, obviously, because we're gonna, if we turn this on, we're gonna request a bunch of stuff that can decay, and we are so not ready for that. This also needs plasmids. Plasmids are gonna come in our next requester station. So this is gonna request... Let's go back to YAFC real quick. This needs... We've got all of these things. We need to bring in Cottonguts, basic substrate, batteries, plasmids, 4 alien samples, manure, and fiber. That's 7 things. That's 7 things. That's frustrating. We might end up making... You know, what if I run this off of... Oh, that's still only half a... Oh, I forgot I need flora. Shoot. That's actually fine. There's native flora down here. That's not too far to belt it. It's further than I usually like to run belts, but it'll work. Okay. So cool. We'll just run the... We'll run heat generating off of native flora, whatever, and we won't even worry about... bringing in a separate fuel source. And that gets us down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things in our other requester station. Beautiful. Manure. Cottonguts. If I can find... There we go, those ones. Basic substrate, batteries, plasmids, and poor alien samples. Okay. All right, and again, stack size of 10, and all of these are only 2 stacks each. Or sorry, 20 stacks each. And what that means is that this will request half a train for each of these. It'll initially request a full train, because 20 stacks is a full train. But after that, it'll request half trains for most things. All right. And then down here, it's really tempting to just, like, drop in the incubator that makes... Sarkarus just like right here, because like do that, put in the burner here. This would get fed with the flora, right? We'd bring in native flora like here. And then, yeah, because we'd have the basic substrate, the primers, and the Cottonguts would all come in from here. And then we'd have one more of these as an output for... I keep saying primers when I mean plasmids. Plasmids. which will come straight up here, feeding this thing. There we go. So that's Sarkarus, and that is whatever that is. We need to make the depolymerized organics, which need liquid manure and subcritical water. Okay. And liquid manure is just water and manure. So this makes... Oof, that is huge. Thanks, game. We'll do it out here somewhere. Depolymerized organics. Yep. All right. We need to bring in the liquid manure, which is made in a bioreactor? Yes. And that'll be like that, more or less. Close. And a water pump, which of course I can't quite put in the right place. That's okay. Water there. And how much manure does this actually use? We're running a fraction of a real, 0.05. So that can be one of these, which is going to run manure. And that'll come out here. And over. And feed in. All right, so this will cycle the manure, and any that spoils will come back around this way, where it will be met with any that spoils in here, and that's going to make rich clay. And then that will have to come out to another output thingy. And then we're going to have poor alien samples and batteries left in here, I think. Yeah, poor alien samples and batteries, and those need to go find their way off to where I am actually going to build science. So let's get another solid pickup station down here. And this will end up being for rich clay. Again, it is a priority output because it's a byproduct. Keep our byproducts cleared. Oh, I'm out of... That's bad. Constant combinators. Where can I find some circuits? That's always a dangerous question. Let's wander over here and let's see if we have them where we're making these guys. Hey, we do have some. Oh, we're out of rubber now. That's a bad sign. We're gonna pretend that I didn't see that that's out of rubber. No, we're not. We're gonna check on rubber. Everything's yellow. Oh, here we go. Is it running? It's just slow? No, we're missing something. We're missing anthracene. This has anthracene. What? Huh? Why am I like this? How many hours ago did I break this and I never noticed because we weren't pulling that much rubber on rails yet and we were just pulling from the buffer? What do we want to think? Has this been broken for 20 hours? 30 hours? All right, let's go fix rubber while we're thinking about it. And I can pick up a little bit of copper on the way, which I will need to make myself more combinators. And let's go find that rubber's way at the bottom, right? Yes, let's go fix rubber. These are the things that are my attention to detail when it comes to the factory is not always what it should be. All right, that'll be carbon black. That'll turn rubber back on. Okay. Yeah, so this was probably full before I broke it, and then, you know. All right, so way up here then, where we were working before, let's keep going on this Logi Science Pack build. I'm going to turn these on, even though stuff will decay. I want to see stuff start to happen. I don't, fully trust it, but... All right, so this needs to be coming in from native flora. I don't know if this one's closer or if this one is. Probably this one. So let's find this native flora collector and get this going. Kind of want it to come through like here. One higher. Here. Shoot. Stop. All right. So that's native flora coming in. And then, oh, this also needs to be a loop, right? This needs to be looped so that when we come up with this one, it is input priority left, output priority left, only native flora. Ta-da! Okay. And then this comes down from here. Okay. This needs to make its way over to here. I'm actually going to bring it over and just run it alongside this belt. So this is going to be the any spoiled manure will come out here, and I'm actually going to do a blue outserter there just so it's a little more definitely manageable. And then I also need to do it here. Any rich clay comes out here. All right. And then I guess same here. Any fluorospalanin and any biomass come out here. Oh, and look at that. Some of this spoiled on the way. So we're already going to have biocrud being voided, but that's okay. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it's okay. Okay. Let's power some of these up. Make sure, yeah, we don't have ghosts sitting around unbuilt. So those should be all of our byproducts so far. We potentially have more, don't worry. The next thing here, what do we got? This is getting itself warmed up. It's going to take a little while to get up to temperature, and that's fine. This is waiting for, well, everything, really. This needs manure, which it's getting right now, in fact. We still need subcritical water to come in here. Let's do subcritical water, because we've got the hot air, and I think the only thing other thing it needs is pressurized water. So that's, yeah, it's just a heat exchanger with 2 inputs. So, yeah, subcritical water via hot air. Beautiful. And that goes, I mean, kind of wherever I can route it, right? If I do it kind of here, I can get... Oh. So close. And then we need a pressure pump making pressurized water. And then I just need to bring water into that. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away for a minute and get some more water. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll get this build wrapped up, because we are nearly there. Okay, and we are back. And we're pretty close to done with this build. I did hook up this last pipe for the subcritical water during the ad break, so this is not hooked up right. There we go. But this will run basically very soon, and then we'll need an output from this, which will output... What are the things that we potentially want to output on this side? We wouldn't just output the solidified sarcoras. Nothing else. Okay. So that'll take sarcoras out. We also need to bring out... the biosamples, or animal samples, rather. Animal sample. Okay. So these come out to our 3 research centers, which I want to make sure I leave space. Making Logisci. And then we also need the poor alien samples and the batteries to come in. Those will come in elsewhere. We'll figure that out in a second. So this is going to be the standard looping sushi belt of things that decay. We'll actually pull it pretty far back. And we'll say this is input priority right. And then we'll have 2 potential outputs here. All right, one of these is going to take plasmids out. Plasmids are the decayed form of animal samples? Yes. All right, so if we get plasmids, we take those right back up here, and we need to feed them into... Let's lower our bandwidth for that. And we'll bring it in here. There we go. So that'll bring in plasmids. And then... Oh, I didn't take care of the trash from this. Jerky and... There we go. Jerky and biocrud out of this. We'll have sarcoras out. That all feeds into this loop, and then the sarcoras can decay into chitin, and I have to get chitin out. And we'll have another pickup station down here. We'll have 2 more pickup stations, actually. One's going to be chitin, and one's going to be our actual Logisci. Now, the other thing we need is... well, we need inserters here for the sarcoras and the animal samples. And then down here, we're going to want batteries and poor alien samples on a belt. And that'll come actually right up here. and feed in to these guys. And then lastly, well, we'll filter it. We'll do outserters here. All right. So this is going to come through our output. Merge in. This first left is going to be for... not primers, the other one. Plasmids. And then we will take this belt, which is going to be a combo of Logi Science and... this will be Logi Science and any chitin, and we'll take that down here and filter it at our output. Yeah. So I think that's fine. So all I have to do now is enable/disable this machine based on whether we have enough bio whatevers in this loop. So that'll be to here and to here. Read, hold all belts. And then you enable when bio, no. Animal, yeah, animal samples are less than, I don't know, we'll say 6. We want half a dozen in the loop. 2 for each of these. That seems fine. Right, because it's just... oh, maybe we should do it as 12, because it's 2 animal samples into each one of these. So yeah, let's make that threshold 12. And then down here, I'll need to do something similar. We'll need to disable one of the inserters that feeds this. When... and actually... yeah. We'll also need to disable the inserters that feed this when we don't need biosamples. So we'll... we want to keep the networks separate. Or not biosamples, whatever this is. Solidified Sarkarus. You're going to enable when Sarkarus is less than 6. Cool. And then this guy doesn't matter. It'll dump plasmids here, but they'll just stay on this belt if this doesn't need them. So yeah, all we need is plasmids for this, and this needs plasmids and Cottonguts. Everything else looks good for the Logi Science build. Done. Speaking of, how are Cottonguts going? I see a lot of things that are red. We have no water barrels. Did I do something wrong and bad? I mean, clearly yes, but how? Oh, I never finished taking the water barrel loop back out to where it needs to go. Ugh. Alright. Let's finish the output of this, though. So this is coming out here. So this is going to contain any spoiled chitin, as well as our actual Logiscience out. So this can come down here, and we're going to have 2 solid pickup stations here and here. Do the usual dance of splitters, chitin, Logisci. Okay, so this needs, I don't know, a few dozen more inserters that I'm missing, some stations, some other bits and pieces. And I do need to go also fix Cottonguts, which are also going to need belts. So we need to swing by the mall and get belts and inserters. And then at least we'll be able to go fix Cottonguts and then go finish that Logisci build. And then we'll need to figure out, like, what's it gonna take to get... I don't know, let's yeah, okay. So Pi-Sci 1 is going. It's not necessarily fast, but it's going. So I'm pretty happy with that, actually. This is going to be more than enough for our first delivery by the time said first delivery happens. Over here we have... yeah, primers and plasmids are both still waiting on their first deliveries from this machine, because this only made like 250 of these before it, well, a little more because there's some on the belts, but not enough of them before it ran out of rubber. Rubber should be coming back to life. Yes. Rubber is coming back to life. We've made a few hundred stacks. I should do the math on if this rubber build is enough to satisfy that particular... What is this? Did I just, like, slap BTX to benzene onto the side of this? Oh, because it already had heat. I absolutely did just slap BTX to benzene onto the side of this because it already had heat. God, why am I like this? Okay. I mean, that's fine. That's unrelated to this build, and that's how I managed to break that, pulling this Nexilate through, was that the Nexilate was an unrelated build. Okay. But yeah, polybutadiene is keeping up. It seems like we basically are running this rubber machine at full speed. And I don't know if that's just because... we have a lot of latex backed up. Like, I'm not sure if we will... Oh, this should actually be requesting a delivery of latex. Oh, look at that, it is. But, like, how much rubber will this build use per second? Yeah, this will use 1.4 rubber a second at absolute maximum throughput. But don't think we're running this at maximum throughput. That's a good question. Yeah, we might need more rubber. That would be terrifying. I'd hate to find that out now. I mean, I don't... One of the joys of having done all this stuff on Rails, right, is that, like... I mean, I could make this a less compact, like, mashed together build. I could rebuild this with, like, room to grow. Because, like, this can run 4 of these, and this can run... also 4. Weird. But yeah, we're doing like 1 a second rubber max. I don't even know if our... No, we're only making like 0.4. Latex, which comes out to 0.8 rubber a second. So that comes out to running these guys at 0.8 out of 1.42 times 0.28. We're going to make like 0.15 laboratory instruments a second. Is that enough? Let's go back to the Unified Science page. And let's think about that. So, core alien samples, don't use them. Yeah, plasmids and primers, okay, are both still in the list. So we use 0.12 plus a little more for retrovirus. What are we using in total? 0.13 a second, and I said I'm making 0.16 if all of my rubber goes to these. Okay. I'm gonna need to grow rubber, but I think we're gonna be able to start science without it. It's gonna take a second for everything to catch up with the buffers. But we will need to grow rubber. Or really what we need to grow is this part. We need to make more latex. Which we might be able to expand this build. Like, this is actually pretty modular that runs, you know, this module runs with just a couple of inputs, right? Water and... yeah. Oh, this is actually pretty clean. And then Formic comes in and it outputs. So yeah, I could run this on... I think I could run this 2 of these pretty easily. I might have to swap around where we're doing some, you know, move the creamy latex build a little bit. Obviously expand this. But like... yeah, I don't think it would be a problem to double this production. And then there's the question of, like, can my Formic keep up with that, right? This is already pulling 40 Formic a second. Formic is... 0.2 Vrox a second is 40 Formic. How many Vrox do we make? Nobody really knows. Vrox are up here. This makes 4 Vrox in 130 seconds, and we have 13 of them, so that's 0.4 Vrox a second. Okay. And I said right now I'm using 0.2 for latex. Some of them do feed bees. The bees have a Vrock input. It's not huge, but it is there. So that is something to keep in mind. But think... Yeah, we could probably get away with doubling our... Oh, but that number that I came up with for Vrox was without Vrock 2s, wasn't it? Because I just looked at the recipe time. Our overall crafting speed is... No, 0.9. Okay, never mind. Okay. What did I... Oops, I did not need this science request, so we can get rid of some of these buildings that ended up in my inventory. Okay, let's fix Cottonguts, and then we can also go back and fix, we need to finish the science build, grab some circuits so I can make some more of these. Because, yeah, the Logi-Sci build is going to need, well, obviously Cottonguts. The Pi-Sci 2 also needs Cottonguts. So we want to make sure our Cottonguts have had some time to buffer, because they're going to be one of our bigger inputs. This is an oversized build, so they should be able to get ahead of what we need. But I do still want it to be functional. Okay. Okay, that should get rid of all of these. I like how it just dumped a whole bunch of Cottongut pups into the loop here for these guys to all start running. And since these all have other stuff in their inputs, these should all or a bunch of them will turn on as the Cottonguts come by. Okay, cool. So this shouldn't take too long to re-bootstrap itself. Yeah, these are already getting water barrels in. And already crafting Cottonguts again. Okay, good. The system is back online. Was a little bit worried there, but... Oh yeah, these guys have a bunch of these already queued up here as well. So these should... This one might turn off before these all return their... fully grown Cottonguts, but I think we're going to be okay. And there's still a bunch of water barrels in some of these, right? So there's plenty of room for the water barrels to keep looping and to be less stacked inside the machines. I do still think we're going to want more in here for this to be, like, fully stable, but it's good for now. Yeah, let's kind of do that just to let this run a little more until more of these come through. Yeah. All right, I'll check back in on that, but I think that should be good for now. Cool. This got more rubber. But yeah, our rubber ratios on this are huge. I forgot how much rubber these laboratory instruments need. I wasn't even really thinking about it. And that might be a problem in the grand scheme of things, but we'll see. Over here, yeah, so these both need laboratory instruments before they'll start. This needs the plasmids, as does this, as well as Cottonguts. So these are both going to just kind of sit around having their inputs decay, which is fine. We'll have some jerky, we'll have some other stuff. And then we won't see the rest of this turn on. We need to confirm this logic works, like when we have, make sure that we get a reasonable sized buffer of each of these two input ingredients down here, and that it doesn't do anything weird. All right, let's head up to... Let's head back over there and finish doing that build. It's just a few belts, I think, to get it all kind of plugged together. And once that's done, what does the to-do list say? 6 things. Formamide, retrovirus, DNA polymerase, good alien samples, casein, and the actual PyScience 2. Let's figure out... We need to figure out a methanol build before we can do formamide. Because methanol is preserved in formamide, so it doesn't show up as an input, like, long-term. But you do need it to, like, bootstrap the system, which is annoying. So I don't need a lot of it, and if there's a way to do it that I can kind of make it on site, that would be cool. But, yeah, these are going to be our final 2 outputs. This is going to be chitin, and it is a priority output because it is a byproduct. And this is the actual PyScience, or not PyScience, LogiScience. So yeah, hopefully we'll see all of this turn on sooner than later, but it's dependent on this getting its delivery of sorry, this is the plasmids build. Plasmids build is, we're still waiting on these guys, the laboratory instruments, and they will blast through rubber. So we may need to change some of our request numbers. Like, I have this set up to a threshold of just 10 stacks instead of the usual 20, so it'll take half a train's worth of stuff. But, like, ultimately, we're using a quarter per second, right, of each of these inputs. So I could probably go even lower and set these thresholds to like 5, possibly the same over here, at least for some things. I'm not going to mess with it for now. We'll see if it can kind of get itself stable, but if I need to start getting deliveries going with smaller thresholds, I can do that. LogiSci is basically waiting on plasmids. So, let's figure out methanol. That's a thing that I still haven't done. That is for... Here, back to the Unified Science page. Actually, let's clean out... Cottonguts are done. Primers are done. Plasmids are done. Cool. So, yeah, formamide, casein, and retrovirus are all available for us to make. So formamide needs, like I said, we need to figure out a source of methanol just like to bootstrap the system. Syngas, there's this stripped distillates and titanium tetrachloride. There's organic solvent and olefins. There's methane with hot air. Like, there's a million different ways to do this. This one's kind of nice because it doesn't suck up too much of my other stuff. Like, I could put a little bit of methane in, Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. I can make a little bit of methane with moondrops, right? And just feed hot air and tin and chromium in. This one wants titanium tetrachloride, which I don't have readily available, so like I'd need to feed more things in. Although I guess this also does need a fuel to make the tin chromium alloy. There's also this one, syngas to copper and zinc. I don't actually have a syngas like sink right now, so... But this is also just 1-to-1, so it's not a long-term solution. And this is why I haven't done formamide yet, because... Maybe, though... No, but I want to be using chlorine down here. I was just thinking, like, I think there's a different, like... a version of this that uses acetic acid instead of... hydrochloric. And I was thinking that I could do that. And then you can make acetic from methanol and CO2. Oh, with chromium. Ooh. So now I'm like, if we make the methanol that uses tin chromium alloy, and we make methane on site from moondrops, maybe using the version that uses fertilizer so that we unblock our fertilizer. Moondrop seeds, moondrops again. Maybe not those ones, but let's see. Moondrops here, yeah. And then moondrops here. I don't necessarily want to bring in hydrogen, and I don't think I need it for a build at this scale. No. Because we're already bringing in chromium, so we also only then need to bring in tin. Methanol does have a fuel value, although obviously I can't bootstrap a system that makes methanol by burning methanol, so... But I'm looking at this, like, moondrops into methanol setup with acetic as, like, a byproduct. Or making both, effectively. Let's look at this. Moondrop acetic. So let's do this standalone. And the reason to do it standalone is just so I can get, like, my buildings and stuff and not have the sheet be confused with other things. All right, so our CO2, of course, comes from moondrops. Our methane, of course, comes from moondrops. There's two different versions of that. We'll check which one makes sense. Moondrop 1. Moondrops. Okay. Yeah, this is a very small build, which makes like 12.5 methanol a second, feeds it into 12.5 acetic acid a second. We're looking at fractions of a build, really. And for making the casein mixture out of acetic, yeah, we only need 3 a second. So I think, looking at that, if we bring in the acetic and we do like this build, we have to bring in tin and chromium for the tin chromium alloy. We'll output methanol and acetic acid. We'll make both of them available. Let's see here. Allow overproduction here, and then set fixed building count here to 1. There we go. Do I have a better methane from Moondrop's recipe? I have the fertilizer version, which... 1 Moondrop greenhouse, or it'll be 2 of them. And a little bit less CO2 as well, which means that we need fewer CO2 drops. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll bring in fertilizer. Why not? We'll output these 2, and then we do need to make tin chromium alloy on site because I don't make that, so we'll need to bring in fuel. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations. Okay. I think this is a reasonable side quest for us. You know, I don't know what else I'm going to use methanol for other than formamide. And I don't know what else I'm going to use acetic acid for other than casein mixture. Oh, we have a bunch of acetates coming up. Processed fatty acid, lead acetate, zinc acetate, methanol. There's this plastic recipe. Methanol canisters. Oh, which I can use to make refined syngas. Interesting. Not sure. Not sure if I would want to go for that. I mean, 0.5 chromium a second is not cheap, but like, how much chromium am I making? I'm making plenty of chromium. Not even going to worry about it. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So we're going to export shopping list, blueprint, requester chest. Methanol / acetic acid. And we will request what we need for that into my inventory. Okay. Oh yeah, there's some weirdness over here. This is off-grid. So let me make sure that there aren't any other weird station. Yeah, that all looks good. Not weird stations, weird rail segments. Need to make sure that there's room for my trains between all of them. I use short trains, but like you still got to make sure you have room for the... Oof. This is awful. I really did not... I mean, we're not going to go through that many of those, so I may need to change our request sizes for them from, like... ten stacks to 2 stacks or something. I mean, they're going to run every time they can, which is... I mean, we're making rubber pretty consistently, right? It's not a... It's not really an issue yet. Oh, we don't have these methanol reactors. We can make them. Excellent. I love it when I can make something. But let's still add it to here, just so it's available in the future. We're running out of slots for buildings on this. I'm gonna have to expand the bot mall soon. All right, we don't need that to be brought in separately. I always keep water thingies, offshore pumps in my requests. Landfill, and we're pretty close on both of those. Okay, I think we can just go. We've got a smelter. We've got... This is really mostly moondrops. This build is mostly moondrops, which is hilarious. I do need some moondrop, like, seeds or some extra moondrops just to... bootstrap the system. So let's request, like, a stack of moondrop seeds. Hopefully that'll be enough for the bots to... On the way 6. Really? That's all the Moondrop seeds that I, like, have available? Like 40 of them? I mean, it's plenty. It's plenty to get the system bootstrapped, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let's go build this little methanol. I said little. It's going to be a decently sized build. This methanol / acetic acid build. We're going to need a couple of these tanks, too. I should add these tanks to my normal requests, because I do use them with some regularity. Where do I want to put this is a great question. How many stations does this need? This needs a solid in for fertilizer, tin, and chromium. It needs a fluid in for hot air. It needs a fuel in. And it needs 2 outputs. So that's 5 stations. So it really does need its own, like, full-length little siding thing. Let's do it. Where do I have space? We could do it up here next to aluminum processing. There's some space there. What is this? Yeah, this is just power going somewhere, so that can be disrupted or moved if I need to. I guess the other option would be to do it, like, I can do it down here next to Cottonguts. Either direction. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do it down there. All right, let's yeah. So we could do it right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. All right, how many moondrops am I using for CO2? It's literally just 1 CO2 drop machine. Okay, love it. And that machine is at half capacity. 4.3. Yeah, this build will be easy to grow as long as I build it in a way that's easy to grow it, which I don't always do. All right, solid drop off. We'll start here. So our inputs are tin plate, and chromium, and fertilizer. And we're going to have a fuel drop-off station right here. Do I need 3 deciders and a selector? All right. And if I plug this in, it should just, like, immediately, like, latch that it is requesting a fuel. And then the output of this will come right over here. We're going to have our 1 smelter. I should really, like, Maybe think about centralizing tin chromium alloy somewhere, because I make it in a bunch of little places. But for now, tin chromium alloy. There we go. How is our liquid fuel situation, by the way? Is this stopped on something again? Doesn't look like it. Does look like it's running. Making a bunch of coke, making gasoline, making anthracene. Anthracene should overflow. Yep. To more gasoline and coke. Yep. Yeah, but something else just got the gasoline request first, and then we find our diesel build. Yeah, that's off because it doesn't have aromatics. And tall oil, not this one, this one. There's a little bit of gasoline from this. Tall oil, and there's, yeah, aromatics, which are just below the threshold. Tall oil should be showing up as a... No, I set this to a higher threshold as well. That's right, because I want tall oil to remain available for, like, you know, other processes. So, but this should push itself to that, like, 50,000 threshold. Yep, right now, which means that something will get assigned a train. One of my stations that requests liquid fuel will figure itself out. All right. So we've got, okay, all of these trains have made it. We can turn this down to a train limit of 1 now. What are we doing? So the tin chromium alloy needs to be fed into 1 methanol reactor along with hot air. Okay. Methanol reactor. I am absolutely not designing this in a way that's going to be scalable, because I am not... This one. All right. There's methane. No. Hot air from the bottom. We'll have our drop-off, fluid drop-off for hot air here. Okay. So this will be requesting hot air. And all right, this looks like it did get a fuel delivery, which is excellent. This will end up, we're going to bring in the tin chromium alloy and the hot air. So the other thing we need to bring in is just the methane. Methane comes from 2 moondrop greenhouses, which do need the fertilizer. So if I grab 2 of these greenhouses and we line them up kind of like here-ish. These are going to make methane with fertilizer. Okay. oops. Right there. That is not how that looks like it. It looks like it should be one tile shorter. This graphic is weird. Oh, it's kind of cut off, isn't it? You can see that it's... I don't know. It's weirdly foreshortened. We'll have... this feeding the tin chromium alloy into here. And then these guys need moondrop seeds. So we're going to have 5 of them. These all make moondrops. We're using the simple moondrop recipe, because it's only 5 machines. And then we've got 1 more for CO2 drops. Excellent. Okay. So these just need water and moondrop seeds in. And they will output moondrops. And then the moondrops need to be... You know what? Let's actually output on the bottom. And there is a method to that madness. We'll input on the top. Alright, so these are going to come out here. They will go through this nursery. The nursery makes moondrop seeds from moondrops. Yellow inserter input. It has a gray inserter output of potentially moondrop. And that needs to be the priority input. And then it'll have output of moondrop seeds. And that would be moondrop seeds in. And that's our output priority left here. How much fertilizer do we use? Like 1 a second? All right. Fertilizer. Okay. Throw seeds in here. This will start looping as soon as it gets power. These guys also need water. So let's get that figured out. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it's going to start an ad break in a little over a minute. So we will take a quick break soon. And I don't want to do anything too involved with the build. But hopefully we can at least get... Sorry, I don't want to do anything too involved with the build while we're waiting for the ad break. That's what I was trying to say. So we'll get this wrapped up when we return. I think these guys just need power, though, so we can maybe do that. All right, so yeah, this guy's going to make some moondrops, and that'll start cycling the moondrop seeds for the whole thing. Eventually, the seeds will make it up to here for the methane drops. And input. And I'll see everyone in just a few when the ad is over. All right, thanks for sticking around through the break. Let's get the rest of this done. So we have, well, as soon as the Moondrops bootstrap, which they're still kind of doing, we will have, yeah, we will have the methanol, which was the main thing that we wanted. But we can also get ourselves going with the acetic acid. I'm going to put this here, but I'm going to hope that this fits. So this needs the chromium coming in. Needs the methanol. Okay, it does kind of sort of fit. Okay. And this will be acetic acid. So we could take methanol off of it. Methanol in. All right, and we also need one more Moondrop greenhouse, which will make CO2. There we go. That just needs power. Not there. Anywhere else. There we go. Power. All right, so there's CO2. And then we just need our, basically our two fluid outputs, I think. One for the methanol itself, and one for acetic. Yep, that was not what I meant to do. Huh. Why did that end up connecting there? Weird. Okay. Anyway, fluid pickup station here. Drop a pump. And this will be one of methanol or acetic. That'll be the methanol. And then acetic acid needs to come kind of over here with this guy. Again, pump in. Okay. That should be it once this whole thing kind of like turns on. As always with alien life, fruits and vegetables, it's going to take a minute for the moondrops here to saturate their belts with seeds before it'll allow seeds to go up to methane. But everything else looks like it's in place. So I think this will work when it's time for it to work. That is methanol acetic. And with that, we can start formamide, because formamide just needs a little bit of methanol to kind of kickstart it. And then it's a closed loop. So I think we're gonna do that. How do I want to do this? Well, one, we can delete this request because this build is done. So let's do a formamide build. Let's go back to YAFC here. That's not how I search for a tab. In here. No, we don't have a formamide tab. Okay. Let's make a new formamide tab. All right, formamide. From methanol, ammonia, carbon dioxide. How much do we need? If we check unified science, we need... Okay, just 1 per second. 1.11. Which is a silly amount. We're just going to make one fluidized bed reactor. Like, this is... Obviously. We can't do it any smaller than this. It's just not possible. So we need to bring in CO2 and ammonia. We might be able to make CO2? How many moondrops is that? That's half a moondrop. Yeah. Awesome. CO2 on site. So all we need to do is bring in ammonia, and we'll bring in some methanol initially, but then it'll be a closed loop. And this just turns ammonia into formamide. It's 2 buildings. Okay. And that's 2 train stations as well. So all we need is 1 fluidized bed reactor, 1 moondrop greenhouse, and 16 moondrops. Okay. I like easy... I like easy builds. All right. Speaking of moondrops, how are my Cottonguts doing? They seem like they're going. Oh, we even have some of the outputs. Yes. All right. So I guess, I mean, we could have more barrels in the loop, but it doesn't seem like it's slowing us down at all. Like, everyone seems like they have enough water. So we might be fine there. I might still throw some more barrels in this loop, though. Otherwise, yeah, we've got moondrops doing fine, and we've got Relicia's doing fine. Excellent. So that's all good. The Where are they? These things, the laboratory instruments are still a challenge and are still heavily rubber limited. Again, I do think we're going to have just enough rubber to make enough of these, but we've got to extend rubber. I think our rubber build can keep up. It would be latex that we need to extend. I've already forgotten. But like, to run this at full speed, not that it needs to run anywhere near full speed, but like this would pull like 1.5 rubber a second, right? So if I wanted to, that would mean increasing this build pretty significantly. But for now, this is pushing out like 1 rubber a second while everything buffers, but actually, latex is keeping up with this. How is that possible? Yeah, I guess, because this is 0.4 and this pulls in 0.5, right? Yeah. So latex is mostly keeping up with this, and this is mostly putting out 1 a second, but it's like 0.8. So I could actually double latex and rubber, but that would also mean more rocks, which need potentially... I think I have the slaughter capacity for them. I just don't have the... necessarily the Vrock input, so I would potentially want to add more Vrock build if I was going to expand rubber, although maybe the other option would be to look at other ways to build rubber. Like, if we go for this one with oleochemicals, it's 1 latex to 4 rubber, but this seems very expensive. When is rubber 3? That is in blue science. All right, that's a little ways out. But this is a significant boost to how much rubber you get from your latex. Yeah. For now, we're on this one, so we might just have to suck it up and get more latex somehow. We do also have this recipe. Which makes formic without Vrocks. So this would mostly mean effectively we're turning metals into formic acid, right? Because all of the like methanol and formamide and things are metal catalyzed reactions. What is this? What is this recipe? It's a turd recipe. Okay. These have got to be slaughterhouse turds, right? Yeah. All right. Well, those are all things to think about. Oh yeah, this is almost backed up on its seeds as well. So it should get itself moving. Moving relatively soon. Okay, let's go grab the stuff we need for this, whatever I'm making. Formamide, now that we have the methanol build. Because this is a pretty quick, pretty quick build. And then, Where's that fluidized bed reactor? Is that you here? No. There's a few other red dots. You're bringing me stuff. There it is. Yep. Cool. That is everything we need. We have our stuff for stations. We could use more train stops, actually. What do I need to make more of those? Circuits, of course. And then probably iron is the other limiting factor right now. Yeah. Grab a stack of iron. Okay. Make some more stations. I can do this. I could do this anywhere I have a little bit of spare space. I could tuck it up here, near where I'm making planter boxes. It's right here. It's one building and 2 train stops, so it's very, very small. Okay. Let's do fluid drop-off station, right? Like here. Pumps. 1, 2. One of these is going to be methanol. And the other input is ammonia. And down here, we're going to request ammonia. And we do want the full 70K ammonia. Methanol. We actually only want to request, like, 1 train load of methanol. And I will explain that in a moment. Well, because it's a loop, right? That's why. So we want to make sure that we have plenty of elasticity. So this will just bring 1 train load of methanol in, and that train load will just keep being recycled forever in this system. So we're gonna have a fluidized bed reactor making formamide. And if we kind of do that, we can hook up ammonia. Oh, that's methanol out. Shoot. I mean, that's... Actually, those are, like, right in the right places, except that we also need... There we go. Methanol out and methanol in. All right, so that should work. We just need the CO2 in, which is 1 these, making CO2. And then our output is right here. Going to a fluid pickup. Beautiful. And we'll just take it right off of here. I think that's it. I think that's formamide done. It's a quick build. And if we need more formamide for something else, we're going to have to expand this. But this is significantly larger than what we're going to need for anything else. So that's ammonia. And then methanol, of course, we have to wait for the methanol station to turn on. Which should be happening soon. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, oops, I somehow accidentally deleted the inserter for tin chromium alloy. Well, that's a problem. Let's go back there and fix that. That's a quick fix at least. And then, yeah, this might buffer more methanol for a while before it'll actually let this machine run full speed. But that's okay, because we need the methanol, well, now, and we will need the acetic in a little bit when we do casein. All right, formamide done. 4 things left before Pi Science 2. So, I could do casein, because that uses the acetic acid that we just built, but I think we're going to wait on that, and we're going to give that time to buffer. So let's take a look at YAFC again. Formamide is done. We can get rid of formamide. Pi Science 1 is done. Logi Science is done. I should actually leave those ones in. Logi Science, Pi Science 1, Automation Science. Okay. So, yeah, we need to do retrovirus, which is used, I guess, only in DNA polymerase, but it's also part of cDNA, so I do want to make it a bigger build. And then we will also potentially need... Yeah, that's fine. We just need retrovirus to go into DNA polymerase. So let's do retrovirus. Let's see what is reasonable to do as far as scaling this build. Retrovirus. Wait, there's 2 different recipes. Didn't realize this. 4 rock cocoon, steel plate, petri dish glassware, and liquid nitrogen makes 3 retrovirus. Or hot air makes 1. Oh, yeah, we definitely want to use the better recipe. And, we're going to start at, like, just 1 of these. I don't know if I'm making enough rock cocoon for that. That's a, good question. Yeah, we make 0.48 rock cocoon a second. So we want to scale this to, like... half. I mean, that also uses a megawatt of heat, which is redonkulous. Well, maybe not. Okay. 0.6 burners. Sure. Oh, and it brings in laboratory instruments. Ew. Okay. Well, that's fine. Oh, all of these are inputs, basically. It's just the liquid nitrogen that I have to figure out. I love that now I can actually say that I void 100-degree water, and it's like a separate thing from the 15-degree water in. Fantastic. Love it. Alright. Well, I mean, basically we just build this, and it's going to run at whatever speed it runs at, and it's probably going to suck up too much rock cocoon, but there's not a lot that I can do about that. So yeah, I think this is just like these 6 buildings. This is a much simpler build than I realized. So it's going to be a fluid drop-off for nitrogen and gasoline. It is gasoline specifically for the liquid nitrogen in the compressor. It's not a fuel. And then I've got heat generation off of fiber. That's my usual fuel for low volume things, and it'll work fine here. And then that all just feeds right into, yeah, one incubator doing the retrovirus. That's got 5 inputs plus the fiber. So, yeah, 6 inputs, 2 fuel inputs, 1 output. Nothing spoils. So this is just 3 stations. This will be easy. Let's, shopping list, blueprint, requester chest. And we're going to request the stuff for the retrovirus build. All right. Let's, where am I going? How is this doing? Is this running, by the way? Yes, these are both running pretty consistently now. Which is excellent, which means we probably have a bunch of methanol starting to become available. A couple thousand. What about over here? Yeah, a couple thousand. Cool. Then over here where I did this, yeah, this hasn't gotten its first delivery of methanol yet, but it will soon. All right, do we have all of these things available in the mall? We do. Bots should be able to bring most of this over. Yeah, I make a few different kinds of tanks here. I don't make the tanks that I use for my fuel station. Yeah, no, we don't. Okay, let me add that, just so I can add those to, like, my standard requests. And then I actually want to keep the 30 KL tanks on me as well. Most of the time. They're not going to be able to fulfill that request yet, but in the general case, they will be able to. I'm waiting for 1 burner and 1 incubator, which I guess are coming from storage or something. And then everything else is kind of topping up our usual requests, but this is a quick build, so I don't think I need huge amounts of rails and belts and everything, so I'm not going to wait for them. Let's just get this. So we need 3 stations. There's... Oh, yeah, we can tuck it in here, because there's 3 spots here, and I didn't want to do a bigger build here, because these guys are... oh, I need to finish the sponge build, too, actually. I forgot about that. There's not a lot of space there next to the sponge build, but there's enough space for this retrovirus build, I think. So we'll do that over here. Let's do this. We're going to take sponge out. We're gonna... What do I need to do here? Let's copy this so the bots know what to do with it. And then we will grab the modules out of here. This will be our output. No longer do we want to read this. Instead, we're back to reading this. Oh, whoops. I still need some of that sponge. And we want to turn it off when... What do we want to do? We want to say enable when sea sponge is less than 100 stacks. And what do they stack to? They stack to 50. So yeah, enable when less than 5,000. And that should let this fill up. And then this won't try to run any more than that. I think this will work. I think this is what we want. It's going to take a minute for all of the sponge babies to make their way down the belt. But I think this is the right threshold here. Okay, let's work on... Oh. Nope, never mind. Sorry, I confused myself. Down here. So we need to bring in, well, a bunch of solids. So let's do that first. Solid drop-off station. So we are requesting... rock cocoon, steel, petri dishes, glassware, laboratory instruments, and fiber. All right. Rock cocoon. And this is at like half train quantities, I think. Petri dishes. Steel plate. Glassware. Fiber and laboratory instruments. Okay. With that, where's my incubator? I'm wondering if I can get away with, like, if I put this here, and I put this here. Oh, yeah. Look at that. I don't think anything else we have coming in is flammable, but whatever. Fiber. And then this makes retrovirus with the liquid nitrogen recipe. And it needs 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1.6 items a second in. So we will use a couple of those. And then we just need to do the liquid nitrogen. Which, first let's do a solid pickup station, and this will be the output for the retrovirus. Just doing this first so that it is out of the way. How much retrovirus do we output with one of these machines? 0.6? Okay. There we go. And then we need to bring in nitrogen and gasoline to do the liquid nitrogen. Yeah, 3 trains with this stop. They're working at it. They will, they'll bring themselves over eventually. It'll dispatch 3 at a time because that's the default station limit. And then once this is sort of early populated, I'll switch the station limit back to 1. All right, let's do fluid drop-off. This is starting to be very repetitive sounding, but that's okay. We are so close to done. I can taste it. Probably don't taste the science. It's generally frowned upon. But I can taste the science. Okay, so what are we doing here? We need to bring in nitrogen. And gasoline specifically. Not any fuel. Make sure that our station is hooked up right, and filter these pumps. Gasoline and nitrogen. Okay. So those feed into a compressor, which is going to make liquid nitrogen. Not quite there. Like, there would work, though. There we go. Cooling tower. Just gonna drop it in place. Ooh. I didn't really think about water. I'm so used to there being water everywhere in my maps. I really didn't even think about getting water out. All right, so that's the liquid nitrogen. And then we'll do the water out. And I've basically given up on trying to recycle water from cooling towers. Don't think it's worth it. So we're just going to bring this right over here where I can try to find a spot where an outfall fits. There we go. So that'll be water out, and then I also need to do water in. There should be a water input already. Yeah, like right here. There we go. Power that. We've got nitrogen. Gasoline could be tougher, because gasoline is also one of my liquid fuels. And, well, as long as there's other liquid fuels, gasoline will be selected last. So at least there's that. But I have been struggling to keep the fuels, saturated. Yeah, there's no fuel in the network. There's no fuel in the network at all? I mean, these guys are all running, and maybe I should make this a bigger build. But, like, they're dumping tar oil, which is at 36 right now. Yep. Aromatics is sitting at, 180, and it'll void when it goes above 200, right? And then drop down to 175. So, like, this build is running. It just doesn't run super fast, I guess, with only 5 of these. Well, I mean, it still does a little more than 100 tar a second. Like, that's a lot of tar. And then this build is also sized for 100 tar a second. And spits out gasoline and aromatics. So I've got like 200 tar a second turning into fuels. The aromatics eventually become diesel. Yeah, I stopped the rail base from leaching fuel from the belt base because the belt base was having some issues keeping all of the alloys that need to happen fueled. So I turned off gasoline from belt base. I had a gasoline stop somewhere up here. And I just put that on a different network so it won't even try to pull that in. Maybe that's fine for now. We'll see. We'll see if it catches up, and hopefully this will be able to at least get one delivery of gasoline. I could change where I'm making gasoline here. If I change this threshold from 25,000 to 50K, what that'll do is it'll ensure that there's always at least one delivery of gasoline for things that need gasoline as an input. And then it will feed the... It won't put it as a fuel source until it's above 50. And then a train comes and it's down to 25, and there's still enough gasoline left for one more load to go someplace that's a dedicated request. That does mean that this will have to buffer a little more, but that's fine. It means it'll keep the gasoline available. Hydrogen, naphthalene, creosote looks fine. Carbolic oil is fine. Anthracene overflows, right? So that's fine. That's just making more gasoline right now. Yeah, I might need more tar processing, and I might need more... If I add more tar processing, I might need more tar even directly, which is unfortunate. But I think also my, bitumen processing has been kind of halted for a while. Which is not ideal. I need to figure out why this is stopped and how to fix it. Naphtha was part of the problem. Naphtha's been drained. Tailings are drained. Petroleum gas. BTX. Okay, it's coke oven gas. So I need another sink for coke oven gas, so that, where's hot air? Where did I do the hot air build? This brings in coke oven gas. But all of these are stopped right now. Warm stone bricks out. Because this is full of hot air, right? So when there's not enough demand for hot air, we don't deal with coke oven gas. There's a million things that use hot air. I doubt there's a useful hot air void. I probably need, I'm actually surprised that I'm not... Oh, here we go. Biomass and hot air to flue gas. That is technically kind of a void. Yeah, I need filtration media for hot air. I don't want to do that. Aerial turbines, glass, cobalt. A lot of these are things that I'm making, right? I'm not using the hot air retrovirus. Subcritical water, wax, I have hot air usage all over the base. It's just... Clearly, we don't have enough hot air usage. I could disable this one as well. Put it on the B network just so it's disabled. And that'll make sure that nothing pulls hot air from that station. I don't think it was ever, a problem, but... Yeah, it's... And that would help a lot because getting bitumen processing rolling again... Sorry, I'm 3 yaks deep in what I was thinking about. Getting bitumen processing working again would give us more petroleum gas, which is a good fuel. And also more BTX, which turns into benzene, which is a good fuel. So that does need to be figured out. But I mean, I could just void the coke oven gas, like, sorry, wrong side again. If we do, I mean, there's coke oven gas to syngas and flue gas, and then you burn the syngas and then turn the flue gas into ash, right? So coke oven gas. Coke oven gas does have a fuel value. Okay, so I can burn it directly into whatever we need it to be. This outputs how much a second? 10, 20 a second here. Is that the only coke oven gas out? Those two machines? Yes, okay. Let's go into YAFC real quick, and let's do this. Void coke oven gas. We're gonna bring in 500 degrees C coke oven gas, 20 a second. And we are just gonna void it. I hate to do this, but we're gonna turn water into steam. We're gonna cool the water. We're gonna void the cool water. We're gonna pump in water. All right, and then the flue gas goes to ash. There we go. I'm not going to do... Okay. I'm not going to do 1.01 oil burners. We're going to do one oil burner. But let's grab this blueprint, and we'll set this up. And this should unblock our bitumen processing and get more fuel going into the rest of the system again. It unfortunately needs to happen. I hate voiding stuff, but... I don't have a better option right now. Coke oven gas void, and this is only going to be one oil burner. Okay. I think other than waiting for gasoline... Oh, and this did get some gasoline eventually. Cool. So this is making liquid nitrogen. The retrovirus is still waiting for laboratory instruments, of course, and petri dishes. Petri dishes have been slowly catching back up. Glass has been under a lot of stress. And glass is still under a lot of stress. Lots of things are pulling petri dishes and glassware right now, kind of as they're starting up. And this system just can't make enough molten glass. Again, I think in the steady state situation we'll be okay. It's just this... Oh, and we're out of fuel. That's also not helping. So again, we need to set up this coke oven gas void. All right, so I'll let these guys bring me... Yeah, I just need one oil burner, one quenching tower, cooling tower, and outfall. This will be a quick build. I don't think I'm going to set it up as a different station. I think I'm going to just try to do it like right here. We're going to pump in water. We'll just do it just with a single overflow valve off of this. Very, very quick and dirty build. All right, there we go. That is a decent amount of the stuff that we need. All the important things anyway. And like, honestly, spending a few minutes putting out fires is fine because there's a bunch of stuff that's still buffering in the rail base, constantly buffering. All right, so here we go. Coke oven gas, nope. Coke oven gas, overflow. When above 80%, sure. That comes into fluid burner. Boom. Steam output goes to this thing. Bop. All right. And then the flue gas needs to go into... I don't think that I'm going to be able to fit that exactly in place. Ash from flue gas. Water input. And we just need to power everything. And then does this already have an ash output? It does. So we just need to route the ash out. Quarter of an ash a second. All right. Easy. That comes right down here. All right, there we go. There is our overflow for coke oven gas, which should let this whole system turn back on. Might take a second, but... yeah, there we go. Although, we also pull so much tall oil to make bitumen, so... who knows if this is actually a net positive thing to have done? Because tall oil is also one of my fuels, but surely between benzene and petroleum gas, we're power positive doing this process. Surely. No, I'm not going to check in YAFC. Okay. Oh, the retrovirus build is done. So we need DNA, polymerase, good alien samples, casein, and then PyScience 2 itself. Let's check. So retrovirus is just waiting for, yeah, its last couple of inputs. That's fine. Sponges are sponging? Sponges are sponging. Cool. Yeah, sponges are sponging. Basic substrate is stopped. We have no sodium hydroxide. Chlorine is... Oh, of course. That's why I was going to do hydrochloric acid for casein instead of acetic acid. Because I need a sink for chlorine so badly. Yeah, chlorine is backed up on... Shoot. Is that this one? No, I already lost it. This one. So yeah, that's gonna be a problem then. I need another use for chlorine gas, or I need to at least use, like I was saying, use hydrochloric. All right. It's a wastewater void, although I've been doing wastewater to urea everywhere because that's simpler to do on Rails, and maybe that was a mistake. There's this old thing, which is like fine, but I hate it. Gravel, water, chlorine to tailings. I don't hate this. That is a Logi-Science level recipe. Void, no. No. This is what I was talking about for my acid for casein. Yeah, we're on to other things. I think tailings. I think this is what we're going to do. We're going to bring in chlorine and gravel, and we're going to make tailings. Cool. Let's grab some stuff. Let's grab this void logic. And we're going to head down to where we make... Oop, need a decider combinator. Okay. All right, except we're not going to do aromatics. This is chlorine. Okay, there we go. So this should... This chlorine is now set up to be able to send chlorine to a station that is marked as a void. I've been trying to do this now instead of just using low priority stations, actually flag them as voiding things. So we're going to hop into YAFC just because I want to think about the scale of this. So we're going to bring in chlorine. 100 a second is probably way too much. Make tailings out of it, yeah. Let's do, like... Well, actually, how much are we making just from... Here. We've got 3 machines, so we're making 30 a second. Okay, so we need to be able to dispose of 30 chlorine a second. That's 2.4 of these, I guess. Let's just say 25 a second for our void speed. That's fine. We'll make water, and then the tailings will be our output. Okay, so we just need 2 hydrocyclones for that build. We can replace that with 2 hydrocyclones, and we'll get the chlorine void set up. I think tailings is going to be a more useful void than iron oxide. We always need more tailings. We need tailings for Nexilate. We need tailings for, well, mostly Nexilate right now, but occasionally other things. We do need tailings dust for some processes. Some stuff to do with the bees, if I recall correctly. right, 2 hydrocyclones. Easy peasy. Let's head back down to that corner, actually. Oh, I also need to fix... we'll do it when we're down there. I need to fix chlorine to still be considered a high priority station, because it is still a byproduct. I made it work like that it can void, but I'd still prefer that the system, whenever possible, pull chlorine from this instead of from a build that is dedicated to making chlorine, right? Like, we have it available. And that we can fix by just doing priority 1 here. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm actually just going to do this build right down here. What do we need? We need 3 stations. Ooh, maybe we don't do it right here. Maybe we do it right here. I'm going to take where this is here. We're going to extend this so that we have a little more room to work, and then we'll use this spot. Okay, so we're gonna have fluid drop off, and this will be our chlorine. Now, this needs to be on network V for void. And we do want it to still be a low priority station, because it is still a void, right? So even if that, basically there's a situation where as soon as the chlorine turns on void, and then something else wants chlorine, we still want that something else to get it. We don't want to void it. So that's what we're accounting for there. So we'll pull in chlorine at 70,000. And this should immediately get... What are you doing? Oh. Why does this need repairing? Oh, this is probably from when it first popped and it started spitting out gas. It has a small explosion. Good. Train is on the way. The other thing that we're going to need is we're going to need a solid drop-off station. These are misaligned. That's unfortunate. And this is just going to request gravel. Oh, and it is ad o'clock, so we'll finish this build when the ad is over. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. This is pretty straightforward, but I still try not to do builds during the ad break. So, see y'all shortly. Oh, we're back. Sorry. I got distracted by these easy squeeze ranches and didn't realize the ad break was over. I was watching the slow motion. I think it's supposed to be snow, but knowing that it's a milking station, all I can see is a milk fountain. I just wanted to make sure I shared that with everybody. Okay. Let's finish this gravel and whatever to whatever. Chlorine to gravel and chlorine to tailings. There we go. Those are the words I'm looking for. So we're going to take these guys. I mean, we're not going to put them like right there, but honestly, pretty close to right there. Why not, right? We got the spot for it, we may as well. So this just needs water in from somewhere. I don't usually try to build super compact, but like that feels nice when something like that just works. And then we'll do a fluid pickup. Into and this needs to still be considered high priority because it is a byproduct, right? Even though it is the main product from a void, because it's a void, we want to make sure that the voids are unblocked. That's the important part. And it would help if I also hooked up the gravel, wouldn't it? All right, why did I zoom in so much? That is too much zoom. This is also in exactly the wrong spot. There we go. There's gravel. So this should be a totally fine void for our chlorine, because I think we're always going to have use for tailings. I hope. I've got a couple different voids for tailings, a couple different uses for them. So that should work out okay. I was poking around during the ad break at different builds. This is stalled again, of course, on rubber. But I did notice that we got our first delivery of laboratory instruments here. Did I miss a... Ooh. Is that broken everywhere? That is broken everywhere. Well, on two of them. That also means it's going to be broken here, right? Yes. There we go. Not that it necessarily really matters, but... yeah, this won't turn on until it gets its delivery of these laboratory instruments. This one did get its first delivery, which is fantastic. We've already got 122 plasmids. Yay. This, I think, is requesting half a train of them. Yes, this will request half a train of the plasmids. So that is fine. Oh, and it got Cottonguts? It got Cottonguts. It did get Cottonguts. Cool. So yeah, this is literally just waiting for plasmids, and then... And apparently lard. Lard might just be one of those things that We're not currently slaughtering enough animals? That seems so unlikely. But it does appear to be true. We're not currently... Yeah. Okay. And this is probably because I turned off this, right? Which means... Yeah, because we don't have the stuff coming in here to... We're not running this anymore. I tore down the Cottonguts, which means we're no longer able to make worker food. Which means that we're gonna be no longer sinking blood. This was like the blood void from Rails. Which means we no longer make lard because we're not gonna be breaking down hogs for blood. Interesting. I'm not really sure what to do about that, other than to find more uses for blood. Blood turns into albumin, which does spoil, so I can just set up a little blood sink that just spoils it and calls it a day. There's blood to iron ore as well. That's, I guess, more... Well, is urea or iron ore more useful? That's the question. Zinc ore, and then, yeah, we're into stuff I don't have. The problem right now is that if I set up any sort of overflow on blood, we will constantly be slaughtering hogs, and I don't want to do that. So I need to think about my thresholds. So, like, okay, this turns on if blood is less than 200,000. Fine. I think that means that if I want to set up the void, I need the void threshold for blood to be, like, 225,000. Or I can set the turn on threshold a little bit lower. You know, I can say keep these at 120,000. Maybe I'll do that. If I set that to 120,000, then I can grab the void logic from here, drop it in place at this, at blood. And then we'll say when blood is above 200,000, you can void it. And that's fine. And then I just need to set up the thing that I do want the blood void. And the other thing that I need is I need to turn on when lard is below a threshold. That's another decider combinator. I'm going to have to come over here and build all this, obviously. But when lard is below a threshold, and whatever that number is, obviously we don't want to overfill this because it spoils, but like, if lard is less than a train full, Or do we want to buffer 2 trainfuls? Maybe we say 40,000? Or sorry, 4,000. Yeah. If lard is less than 4,000, then we want to slaughter Augs. We turn on the Aug machine for lard as well as for blood. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So let's head down there, and then we're also going to have to set up the blood void. Whether that's iron ore or whether that's urea, I'm not sure yet. I feel like I can always use urea, so I'm inclined towards that one, but... Oh, I need a couple of decider combinators. Alright. So this is now outputting the Aug Slay signal. And these guys should be turned on now. Waiting for source items. That's bad. We'll check on that. How are we? Oh, all the cages end up down here. Okay. That's... Maybe instead of filtering all of these inserters, I should just filter this one inserter. Maybe that's the smarter thing to do. So turn this guy off when there's no AUG signal. And then these guys, we can disable the control behavior. And that way, what they'll do... What am I doing? That one. They'll flush this, and there will always be fresh cages at this end. And what that means is that when this turns on, the caged guys start rolling through. They'll be able to turn on multiple... Yeah. Although what that does mean is I think I need to have a buffer for the cages. No, I do. Okay, good. Good. We have a buffer for the cages. Excellent. Okay. I should do the same thing here. Whoops. For Vrox. You only turn on when the Vrox signal is greater than 0. And then these all... We'll finish running. Formic, again, we probably want to change this threshold to be like 120 instead of 2000. Just so there's a little more elasticity. Yeah, this has A and V signals on it, and this is going to back up. This is going to hit 240,000 now that the AUGs are running again. Fish don't get caged, so they're fine. These guys don't get caged, they're fine. Okay. So I think what we need now is another little station somewhere, and we need to do blood. I mean, I guess I'm going to do blood to... urea, or blood to albumin to urea. So that's 100 blood a second. Each of these guys makes only 3 blood a second. Okay, so we only need the one machine for it. And that is done in a centrifuge. Okay. What do I need for that? Small parts. I have a small parts factory. I'm not going to go all the way back to the mall for this. I'm going to grab small parts from rails, and we will set up this little blood sink. One of these is small parts around here. Here we go. Centrifuge. Okay. Now, this is only 2 stations, so I can kind of do it anywhere. Maybe right here. I also have space right here, but there's already a lot of stations here. I don't love that. There's also whatever's going on over here. Oh, stone brick from clay. Which, yeah, there should probably be some rich clay already down here. Yeah, a little bit. Almost enough to get shipped somewhere and turned into some bricks. Yeah, this is really just waiting for plasmids, which is running. They're just, you know, slow. Maybe it's worth setting the thresholds for the science inputs here even lower. Instead of a stack of 10 plasmids, we only want like 5 stacks requested at a time. I mean, I could do that for everything all at once. I can save 5 stacks. I don't know if that's enough to dispatch. It's still not enough to dispatch here, but it'll be dispatched a lot sooner. Because, yeah, we're only making a very, very small amount of plasmids at a time. Up here... Is there space for a whole... Yeah, there is space here. Okay, let's do this. This is a little corner that I haven't used yet. It's getting a little bit into area that needs a bunch of landfill, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Alright, so all this does is bring in blood as a void and output urea. So we only need 2 stations. Fluid drop off first. Alright. So this is network V, because it's a void. It is still a low priority station. Make sure that that is all correct. And you're going to request blood minus 70,000. All right. And then we'll have a solid pickup. And this needs to be flagged as a high priority station, because it is from a sink. We always want our sinks unblocked. And then this plugs in... I think I just want like a second one of these. This is how I usually do this. These will filter for the urea. And then the input of this will be this centrifuge, making the albumin just 1 a second. All right, well, this is silly, but things spoil 1 stack at a time, so it's nice to just get it moved over, even if this is a little bit of a overkill number of inserters. Cool. This has already been issued its request, so blood is going to stay unblocked, and that means that we can keep killing Augs for lard as well as blood. Basically, if either of those goes below a threshold, and I don't think running out of space for lard is going to be an issue, needing to void that. We might have to, but it does decay over time, so there's sort of an upper limit on how much we're physically capable of making. Okay, so that should fix the lard issue. If we go back here, we'll get another delivery of lard eventually. We're still just waiting on plasmids. I did change this to thresholds of only, 5 at a time, 5 stacks. So trains will be dispatched, smaller trains will be dispatched more frequently, which is not the ideal way to do things, but it does mean this will work a little better. This is up to, 3 1/3 stacks. So this will get up to 5 stacks in some manageable amount of time, hopefully. These might be worse. These, of course, are still waiting for a delivery of the laboratory instruments. And, like, all of this is gonna, start buffering eventually. But, boy, getting laboratory instruments up and everywhere they need to go has proven to be more of a challenge than I anticipated. Not because the laboratory instruments, but because rubber. First circuits, now rubber. Speaking of circuits, how are those doing? I should check on that, because they're always falling over. They're running. Everything is green or yellow. That's good. I see no red. If we check over here, I see lots of circuits bypassing the base and coming down to where they will be sent into rails, which is excellent. Batteries are also slowly making their way down. This used to have a full, buffered line of batteries, but I'm assuming they got used, and that's fine. We only make so many spares when the circuits are running full speed, so what'll happen is the circuits will eventually back up, hopefully. And then, although not at this rate, it won't. Where are you going, by the way? The Dark Nightum. I don't know. Don't know which one that is. Oh, up here. Of course. More circuits to feed the laboratory instruments. Okay. These are doing fine-ish. This looks like it stopped running. Every time I come down here, it looks like it just turned back on, and I don't know what that means. I mean, I think it means that something is still, backing up in a weird way. I just don't know exactly what or how, which is a bad sign. Or maybe it means that tar is only coming in slowly. Yeah, maybe we're running out of tar. That would be wild. But I guess possible. Okay. So, DNA polymerase, good alien samples, casein are the three things on the list. How long does this take to decay, by the way? 10 minutes? Okay. That won't be too bad. So we can get those 3 builds done and then just kind of work on improving throughput and bandwidth issues as we go afterwards. I think rubber is right now more of a bottleneck than I realized it was gonna be. I do think we have, like, exactly enough rubber for everything to run steady state. But because we need so many hundreds of something for a train order to be issued, it's going to take a little bit longer. I switched these all over to 5-stack requests, right? Yes, okay. 5-stack requests here, and this one as well should be 5-stack requests. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to just get things moving. It'll lower some of our train latency at the expense of a little bit of our overall train throughput, because we don't need super high throughput for these things right now. And lowering latency is what's going to get us to the actual PyScience 2 milestone. But I can also, you know, help. Oh, I shouldn't do that. There might have been a train dispatched. Yes. There is a train dispatched, which is coming to pick up all of this. And then the other thing I want to do is I should fix some of the requests over here. I changed them, obviously, to just do 5 stacks. But that means that, like, our actual request numbers should be, like, 7 stacks. I try to do, like, 1.5. And that way, like, this has 3, and of course it's delivering to this station. Because there's like 3 here, shouldn't, well, it's going to, because I didn't change it in time, and this station got the pull. Oh no, this is glassware, that's fine, I don't care. Yeah, so this way, basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't want one of these stations to be like, I'm requesting 2,000 of these, and just get multiple 500 batches of laboratory instruments, like, over and over in a row, because that's not useful. We may as well have just waited and sent one batch, because it's still going to starve other systems that want it. All right, and then this one as well, we'll take everything down to 7 stacks. I think all of these things, again, like, this is science that we're making. Like, we're not making hundreds of any of this per minute, right? We're using dozens of these items. So just a few stacks is fine. And again, it is a bit more train traffic, but it's not going to ruin our day. Okay. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll get 5 stacks of plasmids actually relatively soon. And, oh, these need 10 incubated petri dishes. These have a crafting time. We make no, sorry, let's look at the crafting time. These are crafted in 20 seconds, which means that we need 100 seconds to oh, this build is just totally broken. This isn't going to work. What? How are you supposed to do this? Yeah, these are always going to decay with just 2 machines, so I need to use 3 machines. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, this build is hosed. Oh. All right, let's take all this apart. That's too bad. I wish I had realized that sooner. But I'm glad I did realize it eventually. So I think I'm going to have to use a design kind of similar to what I did for, well, no, this is like 5 buildings around it, which is a lot. Let's see if we can blueprint something here that we don't hate. So we're going to have a biofactory. And around that biofactory, we're going to have not 1, not 2, but 3 microorganism mines. I'm going to try not to need 5. I think 3 is enough. So, because this will make 1 in 20 seconds. And it decays in how long? 45 seconds. 3 still might not quite be enough, but we'll see if we can do it. One of these needs to be offset because we need to be able to get output here of any spoiled petri dishes. Man, maybe I just go for 5. Okay. Can I make some more of these? Not immediately. But yes, with more copper. Okay. So, yeah, and now with these all the way here, this is starting to look more like, where's the build? Like this, right? Where we kind of have to have inputs and outputs. And obviously it's slightly different here, but oddly similar. And then we have output. And then we also, because we have, I mean, I guess I could just do 4 around each. Maybe we just do 4. Yeah, let's just do 4. I like doing just 4. So, Petri dishes come through here. And then they go, this goes under. This is decayed Petri dishes back out, because that's always going to be an issue. And then, what are our other inputs for this? Problem is that we have lots of them. We'll bring in that from here. Take this and flip it horizontally here. Okay. Inputs, output, that's fine. And then we've got that part. I don't actually have these set to, like, disable at all, do I? No, I don't. That's kind of funny. I guess it's not strictly necessary for this. Okay. So we're going to have 2 belts coming in. We're going to have one belt is this belt. And that's going to be... we got like 0.6 items a second off of that. That's fine. And then we also will have this belt, and this is going to be our phagogy and our sap. This will come in this direction. And splat those together. Clear some things we don't need at this end. Okay. And we just need one more microorganism mine now, which is much more manageable. This belt doesn't go all the way down at all. And all I'm left with is needing to do the output, which I will do... yes, like that. Like that. And that goes like that. Okay. This one ends here. This one goes... let's see if this is now sufficient. This pipe is no longer in the right place. And this output belt is now this output belt. Now we just have to figure out, like... I should have figured this out before, but power routing. No, that can't work. That can work. That can work. I think that's what we have to do. There. There. That turns everything on. Hopefully, 4 of these is enough. If I have to, I can upgrade to 5 with some clever belt routing around here, but I would really like for 4 to be enough. Okay, and now I just need the final couple of inputs, which is our sap and our biology. Biology, 4 of these guys. I guess 5 would work better because it would ratio with the 10 input thingies that it wants. But it does look like this is going to work, at least. It worked! It did output some spoilage afterwards, but it worked. Okay. So yeah, I might want to do... If I want to do a 5th one of these, we do need to do some routing. It's got to be in like that. That is the wrong machine. Hey, our first primers! Beautiful. Alright, and then this will come up. Ooh, but that puts it right... Does this go further? Yes, okay. So yeah, we'll pull this around. This also has to go further. And it does go far enough. Excellent. Okay. Right, and now I just need to fix... Shoot. Nope, we're doing it on this side again. Okay. I'm gonna keep moving that around, but at least I figured out where it needs to go. What is... Oh! This has to be primers on this output. Otherwise, it'll output garbage. A lot of garbage, actually. We have one. Okay. Let's get this hooked back up to... Okay. So I think this is more of the layout that I want this to have. Oh, we're out of jerky, of course. Shells can go in there. Dishes. All right. So I need 3 microorganism mines. So let's just request those. Oh. This is running. There we go. Now we're keeping up with fuel. All right. Sweet. We've got Logisci running again. Excellent. Okay. Admittedly, most of the primers ended up on this belt, but that's okay. Do we have any? Oh, yeah, we do. All right. So yeah, let's grab those microorganism mines, and that will be enough to finish that second attempt at the primers build. And then I think that will probably be it for today, because it is getting late for me. Yeah. And then next time we've got polymerase, DNA polymerase, good alien samples, and casein. And hopefully that is... Well, hopefully nothing else goes super sideways, but I'm sure we'll still find things that are broken. Alright, bots. Bring me those microorganism mines, please. There they are. Okay, is that all 3? That is all 3. All right, and hopefully this will ratio a little bit better, because each of these needs 10. So having these run in groups of 5 hopefully will, you know, they'll get 5 at a time, right? And then they'll get 5 more. So these will run twice, this will run once. These will run twice, this will run once. Packing all of this in was absolutely awful. Hate it. But we got there. Alright, oh yeah, and we might have large quantities of petri dishes in these that need to go. So that also needs to be accounted for. And this just doesn't have jerky, which is wild to me, but... Laboratory instruments can be tucked away back in there. Oh, this is going to want more of them soon. Not sure if that's going to happen. Yeah, rubber is still our limiting factor. I really don't want to have to expand rubber before Pi Science 2, but I might have to. Does anything else that we need for Pi Science 2 require... All right, retrovirus is done. So yeah, DNA polymerase is also going to want some small amount of laboratory instruments. All right, that's unfortunate. But we can set that up and just let it go, I guess. And then casein we can set up pretty easily. This isn't too hard. Yeah. So I think other than laboratory instruments being just a colossal pain in the ass, we're in pretty good shape. We're down to the last few things, but boy, that rubber situation is frustrating. You know, if this was running consistently, then the speed that it runs at would be fine to get a few hundred stacks on rails, right? Problem is that it doesn't run consistently. You know, we've got, yes, plasmids, and we've even gotten our first delivery of plasmids over here, which is great. I'm glad that's working. But it's hard with, you know, how big rail buffers are, and maybe I just need to set, like, a limit on this inserter so that it won't buffer more than, like, 10 stacks of plasmids, right? Same over here, don't buffer more than... We've still only made 1 primers, somehow. We don't have jerky. Why don't we have jerky? Nobody knows. Well, I guess we weren't slaughtering augs for a little while, so... We do need to get, we do need to get more, we just need to wait for all the spoilables to spoil again, right? And then we should get a load of jerky. Good to see this happening, because this is tar and coal gas is aluminum. I mean, things are running, but they're not running well. And a bunch of this stuff is haphazardly ratioed at best, right? So, it will eventually stabilize, but, like, it's one thing to have a splitter between 2 paths and kind of trust that, like, yeah, one side will get bottlenecked, and it's quite another when one of those paths could potentially buffer, you know, tens of thousands of items, right? So that is the, that is part of the issue for sure. I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna fix that real quick. Oh, I'm right here. Never mind, I don't even have to go up. And then, let's see, that has to be here. That one has to be there, yep. That has to be there and there. Perfect. All right. Well, we're going to call it here. Next Tuesday, we will... I mean, hopefully we'll be done with PySci 2. 15 hours remain if we want to beat that 300-hour time limit. And that's basically 2 sessions, right? That's next week's 2 days. So we'll... if we don't have it done by end of next week, I'm going to be sad. But I think we will. I think we will at least have hit the milestone by hour 300. Even if we're still having some stability issues, we will at least have hit the milestone. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody who's tuned in, and thanks very much for folks who watch on YouTube as well. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, especially if you want to see me hit that PyScience 2 milestone, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the description. And even if you don't want to watch live, anything that you feel like doing to feed the algorithm is always helpful to small channels like mine. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody, one more time. I'll see you on Tuesday with even more Pyanodons, and we're going to make PyScience 2 happen. It's gonna happen. Alright, that is it for me. I'll see y'all next time.